The deeper you go, the more time itself seems to slow. Pressure rises, light disappears, and even sound changes, muted, stretched, distorted, until it feels like you're hearing with your bones rather than your ears. The ocean floor is not silent. It murmurs, it pulses, it remembers. If this calms you, you can always come back. Subscribe, and we'll be here. Far beneath the South Pacific, in a region with no name on tourist maps and no regular shipping lanes, there lies a trench that is deeper than it should be. Not as deep as the Mariana, but stranger. It is known to geologists as the Devil's Basin, a misnomer borrowed from the nickname given by frustrated researchers in the 1980s, when attempts to map the region always failed, either corrupted by data noise or plagued by ghost echoes that made no sense on sonar. Every expedition that tried to create a topographic model of the basin ended up with different results: ridges that didn't exist, plateaus that vanished, trenches that moved. It was considered a mystery of equipment error until 1993. That year, a deep-sea mining consortium funded a high-resolution scan of the region, not to explore, but to prove once and for all that the area was useless, too unstable, too deep, too erratic. But instead of finding faults or subduction zones, they found something worse, something structured. At first, the signal was dismissed as a glitch, a series of vertical anomalies that rose from the seafloor like spines, uniform in spacing, identical in height, and lined in a perfect curve. They weren't pipes, not vents. They were too cold for thermal activity, and too symmetrical to be natural. There were 9. Each stood exactly 42 meters tall. Each had a base precisely 8 meters wide, and they all leaned at an inward angle, toward the center of an unseen circle, as though pointing at something just beneath the mud and sand. A team of researchers on board the vessel Ishikari named them the 9 Pillars, a tongue-in-cheek reference to Lovecraftian myth. But then the current stopped. Ocean currents in that part of the world are always in motion, gentle or fierce, but never still. Yet the divers reported absolute calm. No drag on their suits, no drift of sediment. They said it felt like being suspended in air. No motion, no sound, just a tension, like something holding its breath. When one diver touched the surface of a pillar, his glove melted, not burned, not torn, just ceased to be. The moment his palm brushed the stone, if it even was stone, his equipment failed. The glove vanished at the point of contact, cleanly severed, as if erased. The diver was unharmed, but in the footage later reviewed, that frame showed static, then a single flash of pure white, then nothing. The feed resumed seconds later with no damage to the camera, no interruption to the rest of the data. Only the glove was gone. It took 12 hours for the psychological symptoms to begin. First came the auditory hallucinations. Crew members reported faint music, like a harp, playing underwater, slow and dissonant. Then the dreams started. A technician swore he saw one of the pillars in his bedroom, floating inches above the floor. Another became obsessed with spirals, carving them into the metal walls with a screwdriver until his hands bled. The Ishikari left the basin. The footage was sealed. The mining operation was scrapped. But in the months that followed, seismic activity in the region increased by 700%. Not quakes, not tremors, just rhythmic pulses, deep and perfectly spaced, as if something beneath the basin was now awake. In 2001, a research buoy anchored 12 kilometers from the site captured an event so strange it was initially flagged as a hoax. At 3:42 a.m., the buoy recorded a sudden drop in ocean temperature, 10 degrees Celsius, in just 5 seconds. This was followed by a sound, low, steady, and unlike anything ever recorded underwater. Not a whale, not a ship, not natural. It resonated at exactly 13 Hz, the exact same frequency as the human brain's alpha waves. Some who listened to the unfiltered audio reported nausea. Others said they couldn't sleep for days. A few claimed to hear whispers in the static, names they didn't recognize, or worse, names they did. And then the buoy vanished, not broken, not dragged, just gone. When a vessel was sent to recover it, they found only the chain sliced cleanly, as if by heat, though there were no signs of burning. No life in the area, no fish, no plankton, only silence. The 9 pillars have not been seen since. Satellite imagery of the region now shows nothing. The terrain looks flat, lifeless, and unremarkable, but the sonar glitches have returned. More frequent, more aggressive. Each scan ends in the same error, recursive echo, signal bounce, looping interference. And in every corrupt frame of data, hidden beneath the noise, there's a pattern. 9 white lines, arched, pointing downward. Part 2. The sunken chapel of Callistus, hundreds of miles west of the Azores, in a sector of the North Atlantic rarely studied, and even more rarely visited. There lies a smooth plateau deep below the surface, an unexpected flatland on what should be a fractured seabed. Early sonar scans mistook it for a false return, believing the lack of geological variation was caused by silt coverage or faulty instruments. But later expeditions confirmed it, a perfect stretch of seafloor over 100 meters long and unnaturally level. What caught the attention of researchers wasn't just the terrain, it was the symmetry. Nature carves chaos. It does not etch rectangles. In 2007, a multinational survey ship from Portugal and Canada, conducting deep-sea mapping on behalf of the EU, sent an unmanned drone to investigate a magnetic anomaly reported in the area. The magnetometers were spiking far beyond what basalt or ferromagnetic minerals could explain, and the source was centered on the plateau. As the drone descended, the crew expected to find a hydrothermal vent or a long-submerged wreck, perhaps even a Cold War-era sub left to rot in silence. Instead, what they discovered was something impossible. The plateau wasn't just flat, it was built. Limestone blocks, each the size of a compact car, formed an interlocking surface, arranged with such precision that not even a millimeter separated the seams. No coral growth, no sediment in the cracks. The entire structure looked clean, as if protected by something unseen, and rising from its center was a single building, too small to be a fortress, too refined to be a ruin, a dome, crusted with salt and shadow, barely poking above the surface like the crown of a buried cathedral. It resembled a chapel. The walls, though weathered, were intact. A rounded roof rose from the octagonal base, and narrow windows framed in iron traced an arc toward the dome's peak. The stone was pale and unfamiliar, not coral, not volcanic. No known geological process could explain how it had formed. The structure was quiet, not dead, quiet, like a tomb sealed not to preserve, but to keep something in. The drone circled for 20 minutes before the feed cut. There was no warning, no interference, just silence. The team reeled in the cable, but the drone never resurfaced. The next day, the backup drone was launched with enhanced shielding and a reinforced tether. It found the chapel's entrance. A single archway stood in the base of the structure, partially obscured by a fallen slab. The doorway was narrow and curved inward, forming a keystone arch with markings, engraved symbols resembling Latin but with distortions. The letters curled unnaturally, as though shaped by heat or pressure. A linguistic AI flagged similarities to ancient religious script, specifically inscriptions found in subterranean Roman catacombs. But these were twisted, inverted, as if copied by something that had only glimpsed the original language from memory. The drone entered. Inside, the walls were lined with niches, some empty, others containing decayed remnants of metal rods or wooden beams long since eroded. But it was the floor that arrested the team's attention. Etched into the stone was a mural, a massive relief covering the entire nave. It depicted a figure, not a god, not a saint, something lower and older, a body curled into itself, arms wrapped around its chest, legs drawn in as if sleeping or bracing. It had no face, only a smooth curve where the features should be. Its skin, if it was skin, was carved with lines, spiral ridges that resembled waves but were shaped like nerves, branching outward like roots. At the center of its chest was a hollow, an impression in the stone as though something had once been embedded there and removed. Beneath the figure, there was an inscription, not Latin, not Greek. The translation came later, after weeks of code breaking and symbol comparison. It read, "The light was taken. The sea remembers." Before the team could document more, the feed collapsed again. This time it didn't go dark, it fled. The video went to static for 6 seconds, then returned, showing a completely different room. The chapel was gone. The walls were smooth, metallic, featureless. The drone's location data failed. Temperature sensors spiked. Compass readouts spun wildly. For 13 seconds, the drone recorded footage from what appeared to be a massive hall, lit by no identifiable source, with rows of shapes standing upright motionless, each roughly humanoid in silhouette but impossibly elongated. Then everything shut down. Power systems failed, circuit boards fried, the drone was lost. The team tried to leave, but their ship's engines refused to start. The battery banks, brand new and fully charged, read as drained. For 12 hours they drifted, then just before dawn the systems rebooted as if nothing had happened. When the data was recovered weeks later, analysts discovered that the final footage had embedded within its frames a signal, a faint waveform encoded visually in the static. When run through software used for decoding encrypted military broadcasts, it translated into a phrase repeated 11 times. "He sleeps until remembered." No official expedition has returned to the site. The coordinates were scrubbed from international maps, and later scans of the area reveal only empty seafloor, no plateau, no building, no anomaly. But amateur radio operators in the Azores have occasionally picked up strange harmonics on deep-sea frequencies, soft rhythms, pulsing like breath. And sometimes, in the right weather, if you listen carefully between static, you can hear a faint chime, like a bell, ringing beneath the waves. Part 3. The Leviathan that watches. In 2012, an autonomous glider named Ananke 4 was deployed off the coast of New Zealand, part of a long-term deep-sea monitoring project designed to study tectonic movements across the Pacific Plate. The glider's task was simple: glide silently along programmed paths, sink and rise at designated intervals, and transmit seismic data and temperature readings back to surface relays. It had no lights, no sound, just pressure sensors, sonar mapping systems, and a rotating camera eye capable of low-light imaging. Its mission lasted 3 weeks, but only 5 days in, something began to change. First, the temperature drops. Not gradual, but sudden columns of freezing water that came not from below, but from the side, as if something massive had stirred the currents laterally. Then the sonar logs showed inconsistencies, shapes appearing and vanishing within seconds, always just out of frame, never quite trackable. Each anomaly came with a spike in low-frequency vibration, a pulsing almost subsonic, just below the threshold of perception. And then came the camera footage. What Ananke 4 recorded at 3,700 meters was not a creature, not at first. The glider's feed showed a long stretch of ocean floor, bare sediment rippling gently in the current. Then a shadow moved. It wasn't cast from above. There was no light source strong enough to create shadows at that depth. It bent the surrounding water, distorting the image as if space itself was bending. The glider didn't register anything physical. No sonar ping, no temperature change. But the video showed unmistakable movement. Something slid past the lens, slow and graceful. A silhouette with no visible limbs, only curves. And eyes, 2 of them, impossibly wide apart, set deep into what looked like ridged cartilage or bone. The eyes did not blink. They shimmered faintly, reflecting no light yet somehow visible, like opals floating in darkness. For 10 full seconds, they stared directly into the lens. Then they vanished. No swim motion, no propulsion, just gone. When researchers reviewed the footage, they dismissed it as a data anomaly. But that was before they saw the next segment. 7 minutes later, the glider rose slightly to correct its drift. And in that upward motion, it passed something embedded in the sand. A mouth. Not a carcass, not a structure, a living mouth, wider than the glider itself, with rows of teeth like coral spikes, closed, waiting. As the glider ascended past it, the pressure sensors spiked again, but the water did not move. The anomaly had not disturbed the ocean's flow. It was as if the water wanted it there, as if it bent around it by choice. From that moment on, the glider began recording irregularities every 15 minutes, metallic clicking noises, vibrations in geometric patterns, faint electrical pulses, too structured to be random, but not matching any known marine species. A biologist from Wellington claimed the patterns resembled echolocation, but on a scale far too massive for even the largest known cetaceans. Then came the whisper. On day 4 at 2:13, the glider's audio feed recorded something human. It lasted only 2 seconds, 3 syllables, not screamed, not spoken, whispered, a word no one could translate, a sound that didn't match any language, but evoked the feeling of recognition, as if it had been heard before in a dream, or in childhood, or in some deep ancestral memory. Linguists listening to the clip independently all reported the same sensations after hearing it: warmth at the base of the skull, goosebumps along the spine, and a sudden, irrational urge to look behind them. And that's when the glider's lights activated by themselves. They weren't supposed to turn on at all. They were meant for emergency recovery only. But now they flickered, illuminating the depths. And in that brief flare of artificial light, the camera captured a frame that stopped the project for good. A body, coiled along the trench wall, wrapped in sediment and shadow, but unmistakably alive. Its skin was smooth and colorless, its mass immeasurable. There were no fins, no tentacles, no mouth visible, just a winding form that arced around the trench like a continent carved into flesh. And there, once again, those eyes, open now, no longer watching, staring. The glider ceased transmission 3 hours later. Its final transmission was not data, it was an audio burst, one that didn't match any known format, encoded at a wavelength never before used by the glider's hardware. When decoded through custom spectrogram analysis, the waveform revealed a shape, an eye, perfectly symmetrical, with 9 tiny dots beneath it, arranged in an arc. A month later, the research team disbanded. The head of the project declined all interviews, but an anonymous source revealed that all remaining Ananke gliders were pulled from the program. Their mission directives were replaced by a singular new protocol: maintain surface level, never descend past 3,000 meters, and never, under any circumstances, activate the emergency lights. To this day, nothing more has been seen of the Leviathan, but a curious pattern has begun to emerge in unrelated research. Since 2012, hydrophones across the Pacific have logged increasingly frequent subsonic pulses, far too deep to be seismic, and following a migratory pattern. As they travel slowly, crossing thousands of kilometers over months, looping back around trenches and plateaus in sweeping spirals. They never break the surface. They never interact with the known ecosystem, but they move, as if something beneath us is drawing lines, watching, waiting. Part 4. The silent wreck of the Sivia toy merman drifting north of Murmansk, where the Barents Sea begins to fold into the Arctic shelf, lies a corridor known to mariners as the Frozen Teeth. It's a jagged region of ridges, pits, and unpredictable currents, mostly uncharted due to ice cover and magnetic interference that plays havoc with satellite positioning. But beneath those waters, in 1991, a Soviet-era trawler known as the Sivia toy merman disappeared without a distress signal. It wasn't a mystery at the time: bad weather, freezing spray, mechanical failure. These things happened. A name was added to a list, families grieved, and the sea kept its silence. For nearly 30 years, that was the end of it. But in 2019, a team of Norwegian engineers working for an oil exploration firm received a sonar ping they weren't expecting. At 1,800 meters below sea level, wedged inside a narrow gorge that wasn't on their maps, sat the unmistakable remains of a ship. Its shape was narrow and long, partially buckled, but intact enough to trace. The bow was buried in the silt. The stern lay exposed, its deck covered in sheets of marine snow, ropes frozen in time, like the rigging of a ghostly marionette. But what stunned the team was the name still faintly visible on the side: Sivia toy merman, and beside it, something much stranger. Footprints, not those of divers, not even remotely human. Spaced irregularly, some sunk deeply into the sediment, others barely there, almost like a crawl or slither, but too large, too heavy. Some of the impressions were nearly the width of a human torso, and they circled the ship's remains like a looping pattern, as if pacing, as if inspecting. The ROV sent to investigate captured the images, transmitting live footage to the surface. As it glided closer, something strange happened. The ship wasn't just preserved, it was untouched. No rust, no barnacles, no seaweed clinging to its hull. It looked as though it had only recently come to rest there. Even the flagpole still held a tattered remnant of cloth, fluttering slightly as if stirred by a hidden current. The engineers watching the feed grew silent. Something felt wrong. One of them described it later as the sense of walking into a house where someone is still living, but refusing to be seen. The ROV's lights illuminated the deck, doors hung open, revealing intact cabins, A table inside the mess hall still bore the remains of a meal, cans unopened, a spoon resting beside a tin plate, all coated in frost-like particulate, but no bodies, no bones, no signs of struggle, as if the crew had simply stood up and walked off the ship. Then the feed stuttered, a shape passed across the camera's view, not close, not identifiable, but large. The water shimmered in its wake. Sonar failed. The ROV's pressure sensors began to fluctuate, but what chilled the team most was not the interference. It was the sound, a low, undulating hum, deep, almost mournful, not mechanical, not biological in any known sense. It reverberated through the water like a song, drawn out and uneven, broken by short silences and sharp pulses. One member of the crew, a former submariner, claimed he had heard something like it only once before, during a classified Arctic patrol in the late 80s, when their instruments had briefly picked up what they called a breath in the black, too deep to be ice movement, too patterned to be animal. The ROV was retrieved quickly. The engineers secured the footage and filed it under anomaly review. But weeks later, the incident was quietly buried. The location was restricted. Oil drilling was halted due to environmental concerns. Unofficially, however, rumors began circulating about a relic, something found in the trawler's hold, a box, sealed and heavy, with sides of reinforced steel etched in Cyrillic. It was said to contain artifacts pulled from the deep just days before the severe toy merman vanished. One account claimed it had been opened. Another claimed it had never reached the surface. Whatever the truth, the footage exists. It was leaked once, briefly, to an encrypted forum before being scrubbed. In those few hours, some screenshots were saved. One in particular remains the subject of obsession. A still frame from the mess hall, on the far wall of the cabin, written in what appears to be oil or ink. A single phrase had been smeared. Mun prosnulis, noni dolsnin billy. Translated, we woke, but we were not meant to. There are no further records of exploration in that sector. Satellite scans show no wreckage, no gorge, no debris, only smooth, undisturbed seafloor, as if the ocean, sensing that something forbidden had been seen, rearranged itself to hide the secret once more, not with fury, but with patience, with intention, like a librarian closing a book, shelving it again beneath miles of salt and silence, where no one will dare open it a second time. Part 5. The cables that shouldn't exist. In 2007, a subsea maintenance operation was launched off the coast of Guam to inspect and replace aging segments of transoceanic internet cables. Those thick, armored conduits that span the ocean floor, connecting continents with fragile threads of data. It was standard procedure. Divers and remotely operated vehicles had done this 100 times. But on this particular dive, something was different. The cable was intact, strong, functional, but not alone. Trailing beside the main data line, wrapped in layers of sediment and faint growth, was a second cable, thinner, older. It lacked any identifiable markings. The insulation was rough, almost organic in texture, like aged rubber softened by time. It curved away from the main structure, curling down into a trench that didn't exist on sonar maps. At first, the team assumed it was a severed power line from an earlier system, but when they traced it back, over 30 meters, it became clear this wasn't something left behind. It was active. Faint electrical pulses ran along it, not enough to power anything by modern standards, but enough to raise alarms. Voltage signatures didn't match any known configuration. It wasn't AC, it wasn't DC, it was something else, flickering in binary intervals, but deviating at irregular intervals, like static that wasn't random, like noise that was waiting to be interpreted. The team flagged it for investigation. A secondary ROV was dispatched, fitted with high-definition cameras and signal monitoring equipment. As it followed the wire deeper into the trench, visibility decreased, not from darkness, but from interference, particles in the water floating like dust motes reacting to the light as though alive. The cable ran for another half-kilometer before plunging straight into the seafloor, not resting on it, not buried beneath sediment, inserted into solid rock. And near that point of insertion, the ROV camera caught a glimpse of something else. Metallic fragments embedded in the stone, arranged in a semicircular pattern. Some were smooth, reflective, others jagged, but all too regular to be natural. They curved outward like petals, or antennae, or the remnants of something once symmetrical now shattered and half buried by time. Then the audio sensors activated. It wasn't a voice, it wasn't a whale call, it was a tone, constant, unwavering, like a beacon. But when run through spectrographic analysis, something strange emerged. Hidden within the frequency were repeating waveforms that, when visualized, formed a kind of lattice, not a symbol, not a word, a structure, something that resembled blueprints or schematics, as if whatever emitted this tone was trying to communicate, not with words but with designs. 3 hours later, the ROV's lights went out. Then the feed cut. When it was pulled back to the surface, the casing was warped, like it had been subjected to extreme pressure or heat, but the internal sensors recorded nothing abnormal. No depth breach, no temperature spike, just distortion, as if it had passed through something that bent the material at a molecular level. The cable was never recovered. Attempts to extract it from the seafloor caused seismic vibrations that threatened the surrounding infrastructure. After a week, the trench was declared unstable, and the site was blacklisted. But here's where it gets stranger. A month later, a private oceanographic research vessel operating off the coast of Chile, on the opposite side of the Pacific, reported interference with their equipment. When the logs were examined, the same electrical pattern found in the Guam cable appeared in their readings. The exact same pulse, down to the nanosecond. The data shouldn't have been transferable. It couldn't have traveled that far, that fast, through salt water and silence. And yet it was there, embedded in the background hum of the deep, like an echo, like something old repeating itself in rhythms far older than speech. Conspiracy theories surfaced almost instantly. Some suggested a Cold War-era submarine project, hidden data tunnels built into the ocean bed, abandoned and forgotten. Others believed it was alien, artificial signals left by something non-terrestrial, buried in the Earth's crust long before humanity ever sent signals into space. But the most chilling theory came from a linguist and systems analyst who compared the signal's patterns to pre-industrial musical notation. What she found sent a chill through the entire research team. The signal matched an ancient harmonic scale used in Eastern religious rituals, specifically, chants meant to invoke divine presence. Not precisely, but close enough to suggest imitation, as if the deep were trying to sing something almost human, almost familiar, but not quite. Her paper was never published. Within weeks, she withdrew from academia. In a final email to her colleagues, she wrote, "It's not just an echo, it's a response. We've been whispering into the sea for a century, now something is whispering back." The blacklisted trench near Guam has since been covered in concrete silt dropped from above by unmanned drones. Satellites are prevented from imaging the area with high resolution, and the electrical interference, it continues to this day, pulsing every 88 seconds. Not enough to interfere with data flow, not enough to demand attention, just enough to be noticed, like a tap on the shoulder, from somewhere very deep and very old. Part 6, The Nameless Thing Under Scotia Ridge. In one of the most remote stretches of ocean on Earth southeast of the Falkland Islands, lies the Scotia Ridge, a jagged tectonically volatile region where the Antarctic plate meets the South American plate in slow grinding fury. This place is rarely traveled. The water is cold, angry, and laced with unpredictable currents. But beneath the turbulence, far below what light can reach, lies a plateau littered with fissures, vents, and geothermal chimneys that breathe out streams of mineral-rich warmth like exhalations from another world. Life here is alien: tube worms taller than men, crabs with translucent shells, eels that shimmer with bioluminescent pulses like dying stars. But in 2012, something was seen here that didn't shimmer or breathe. It watched. The discovery began during a collaborative exploration between Chilean marine biologists and a French deep-sea drone company. The mission was simple: survey geothermal activity and catalog new species. They sent down a custom-built ROV, one of the most advanced at the time, fitted with high-intensity lights and an AI-guided tracking system. At around 3,800 meters, the drone descended past a cluster of black smokers and into a narrow chasm flanked by jagged basalt walls. That's where they saw the eye. It wasn't an eye in the conventional sense. No iris, no pupil, but a glossy orb the size of a tire, embedded in the rock wall glinting back at them. Smooth, wet, reflective. At first they thought it was a natural mineral formation, maybe a pocket of pressurized obsidian. But then it shifted. Not the rock, the orb itself. Ever so slightly, it moved in its socket and tracked the drone's light. It wasn't blinking, it didn't retreat, but it turned, following them, watching. The AI flagged the anomaly and attempted to triangulate the structure surrounding it, but the sonar return was muddled. Like something was absorbing the signal. A shape could be made out, but only vaguely. Enormous, irregular, not mechanical, not geological. One operator described it as a body pretending to be a cave. As the ROV drifted closer, its lights passed over a stretch of the chasm wall now partially exposed. There were markings, lines etched into the stone, curved and intersecting like veins or tendrils. Some glowed faintly, reacting to the light, receding like ink dispersing in water. The AI's behavior began to change. Instead of scanning and logging, it attempted to reroute, redirect, descend deeper. Manual override was engaged. The team wrestled for control. Then the signal dropped. In those final seconds, the last frame captured by the drone showed not just the orb, but something beside it, thin and pale, stretched like a filament of cartilage or tendon. It was anchored to the rock, or growing from it, and just before the feed collapsed, the entire frame seemed to shudder, not from motion, but from distortion, as if the water itself had momentarily thickened, or bent. Retrieval was impossible. The drone was never found again. Weeks later, when reviewing telemetry data, one of the French engineers noticed something strange in the logs. The drone's descent had been steady, predictable, as expected. But from the moment it entered the chasm, the depth readings began to deviate from real pressure. According to water pressure calculations, the drone had stopped descending at 3,800 meters. But internal sensors indicated a continued drop, down to 4,500, 5,000, even 6,000 meters. Yet the drone's altimeter showed no movement. It was as if the drone had remained still, but reality around it had deepened. This anomaly, dubbed the Scotia Fold, was later modeled as a spatial distortion zone, possibly linked to thermal convection or gravitational anomalies. But none of the simulations held. No other region on Earth has produced this behavior. One French technician, half joking, half frightened, referred to it as a fold in the ocean's skin. No further dives were made. But the story doesn't end there. 6 months later, a research buoy 200 kilometers north of the Scotia Ridge recorded something disturbing. In the middle of an otherwise quiet night, its underwater microphone picked up a low-frequency vibration, a pulse. At first it seemed like tectonic activity, until the pattern repeated, and repeated, 12 times, each one exactly 2 minutes apart, and each accompanied by a sound that resembled a drawn-out groan, organic, measured. They weren't earthquakes, they were breaths. The ocean does not remember names, but it remembers weight, the presence of things that are not supposed to be, the kind of presence that bends gravity and sound, that consumes light and returns only stillness, that waits, not in darkness, but beneath it, below the catalogued trenches and the deepest subduction zones, where measurement ends. To this day, the eye has never been seen again. The ROV was never found. The only record that remains is a glitchy, corrupted frame, where if brightened and stabilized, some claim you can make out a face. Not human, not fish, not nightmare, but something older than nightmares. Not a predator, not a god, just a watcher, patient, silent, folded beneath our world like a forgotten page in a book no one dares open, waiting to be turned. Part 7. The Signal That Shouldn't Exist. In 1998, a team of oceanographers from Japan launched an ambitious long-range acoustic monitoring system known as Project EchoWatch. Its purpose was simple: to detect undersea earthquakes in advance of tsunami threats. The system relied on a vast network of hydrophones, microphones built to function at the crushing depths of the deep sea, anchored across the Pacific Rim. These devices listened constantly, capturing the faintest rumbles of tectonic movement and relaying the data to satellites above. It was designed to be passive, non-invasive, but just 4 months into its operation, it recorded something it wasn't supposed to hear. At precisely 2:14 a.m. on March 9th, a new signal entered the network, not from one hydrophone, not even from two, but from all of them, at once. Every node in the Pacific, from the Mariana Trench to the Bering Sea, lit up with the same sudden wave of sound. It lasted 73 seconds. No modulation, no rise or fall, just a constant tone, perfectly even, like a dial tone stretched across the ocean. At first, it was dismissed as feedback, a flaw in the equipment, but a secondary analysis revealed something much stranger. The signal didn't arrive at each hydrophone simultaneously. It rippled, like concentric waves radiating outward from a single central point, somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, near an unremarkable patch of sea, with no volcanic activity, no fault lines, no islands, no known anything. They triangulated the origin to a point 600 kilometers east of the Line Islands, depth 9,100 meters, temperature near freezing, seafloor composition unmapped. It was a void in every geological and military database, a blank space. Curiosity took hold. A Japanese exploration vessel, the Kaishin Maru, was dispatched. It reached the coordinates after a 5-day journey under heavy storms that seemed magnetized to the area. As the weather cleared and the sea stilled, they deployed a deep-tethered hydrophone, this time isolated from the satellite network. It reached depth without issue. For hours there was only silence. Then the tone returned, but this time, it changed. It began to pulse, not in perfect rhythm, but in intervals that matched Fibonacci sequences. 1 second, 1, then 2, then 3, then 5, then 8, then 13, then 21, until the pulses became so long they blurred together, stretched into near silence. The onboard technicians watched in stunned confusion as the signal formed a shape when rendered through waveform visualization. Not a face, not a word, a spiral, like a fingerprint. Onboard sonar scanners were activated, scanning the seafloor directly below. What they found was not a mountain, not a trench, not a vent. It was a depression, a symmetrical bowl-like structure, 5 kilometers wide, with ridges around its edges that resembled teeth or spires, regular, patterned, unnaturally even. In the center, a sinkhole, or perhaps a hatch. The team wanted to deploy an ROV, but within minutes, the ship's systems began to falter. Compasses spun erratically, internal clocks drifted out of sync, power surged and fell. One engineer collapsed, later claiming he had heard whispering in the engine room. Not voices exactly, but rhythms, like someone tapping gently on steel walls. When he tried to recreate the sound, he tapped out a sequence in Morse code.
It spelled nothing.
Until a linguist on board, brought along to study whale communication patterns, pointed out something unsettling. The sequence wasn't Morse, it was knock code, a system used by prisoners to communicate through walls, primitive, desperate, and terrifying when replicated by something that should not know it. The expedition ended abruptly. All logs from the Kaishin Maru were sealed under private maritime charter laws. But one technician, a young acoustic engineer, saved a single segment of the audio file and released it anonymously online 10 years later. It became known as the chasm tone. Researchers, sound designers, and code breakers have analyzed it ever since. No clear answers. But when slowed down by a factor of 100 and played through a spectrographic scanner, the tone reveals faint harmonics beneath the surface. Not random, not musical, just 3 notes, played in a rising cadence, always the same, over and over, a call. Some theorize it was a distress signal, something trapped far beneath the crust of the earth, crying out not for help, but for acknowledgement. Others believe it was not a call for rescue, but a warning, a flare launched from the ocean's oldest depths, telling us not to descend any further, that we've already seen too much. And then there are those who believe it wasn't meant for us at all, that it was an echo sent across time, or space, or both, that something beneath the Pacific floor was simply responding to a voice that we never heard, one that maybe still echoes in frequencies beyond our reach. The chasm tone has never been heard again. But once, just once, a satellite-based gravitational anomaly was recorded over the same coordinates during a solar eclipse. A tremor so faint it didn't register as seismic, but it shifted the seafloor by 4 centimeters, upward, just slightly, as if something beneath the crust had stirred, or flexed, or remembered, and then went still again, waiting, beneath the weight of silence, beneath the spiral, beneath us all. Part 8. The ship that shouldn't float. The southern Indian Ocean is a place few dare to chart. Vast and empty, its waves rise and fall in silence, untouched by shipping lanes, satellite mapping, or even the steady reach of sonar. Here, between Madagascar and Antarctica, is a forgotten expanse where storms come without warning and disappear just as quickly, where birds do not fly, and where rescue is not just unlikely, but impossible. It was in this corridor of salt and silence, on a dull grey morning in 1983, that a routine satellite sweep captured something that would go unspoken for over 30 years. A freighter, but not one registered with any country, any flag, any known make. It was moving slowly, almost drifting, at an angle inconsistent with ocean currents, heading west into deeper waters. The satellite pinged it again 12 hours later. Same heading, same speed, unchanged. Another 12 hours passed. Still there. Eventually, the image feed was handed off to Maritime Safety Services, who dispatched a nearby research vessel, the Ardent Dawn, to intercept what they believed might be a ghost ship or distress case. When the crew finally reached the coordinates, the ocean was quiet. Too quiet. The swells were low, and the sky had turned an overcast silver. No birds, no wind, just a ship on the horizon, standing still. The vessel was enormous, over 200 meters long, with a hull design decades out of date. No markings, no rust, no sign of distress, but no signs of life either. The bridge appeared intact. Antennas were visible, though none appeared to be transmitting. The ship seemed to float not on the water but with it, suspended in such perfect stillness that it made the observers uneasy, as if it had been placed there rather than sailed. The crew of the Ardent Dawn made radio contact attempts. Nothing. They sounded horns. Still nothing. Eventually, a small team was sent aboard. The boarding was uneventful. The deck was dry. The metal cold. Doors opened with effort. The interior was even stranger. Every room was pristine, yet utterly bare. No personal effects. No signs of habitation. No supplies, food, fuel, or crew records. The galley had plates and utensils laid out on tables, untouched and sparkling, like a meal had been set and then forgotten for years. The engine room was clean, so clean it looked unused. The control room still had power. Lights dimly flickered. A humming could be heard in the lower decks. But the strangest room was below the bridge. Inside was a chamber sealed by 3 steel hatches. When opened, it revealed a room lined with mirrored panels floor to ceiling, and in the very center, a single white chair, facing upward, beneath a glass dome bolted into the ceiling. The walls reflected endlessly. One of the crew members reported dizziness upon entering, as if his sense of space was being pulled outward and inward at once. When he sat in the chair, purely from instinct, something happened. The humming stopped, and then restarted, but this time in a different rhythm, like a heartbeat. The lights dimmed. The glass above the chair darkened until it became fully opaque. The crew member reported a vision, not a hallucination exactly, but an image that flooded his thoughts, a black sea under a black sky, with stars inverted glowing below instead of above. And a presence, something enormous, moving through that reverse ocean, not swimming, not floating, crawling, with limbs too many to count, not reaching for him but for something he couldn't see, something below even that dark ocean. He left the chair, vomiting from the nausea. After this event, all electronic systems aboard both the freighter and the Ardent Dawn began to fail. Clocks desynchronized. Battery levels fluctuated. Radios produced only static. The crew chose to retreat, but when they attempted to tow the derelict ship, the cables snapped. Twice. The third attempt was abandoned when the cable pulled taut, and then suddenly slackened, as if the ship had briefly disappeared before returning to the same place. In the logs of the Ardent Dawn, the freighter is referred to only as the mirror ship. It was marked as a hazard, reported to international authorities, and then promptly classified under private domain. No public images were released. But one piece of the story slipped through. A former navigation officer, dismissed for psychological instability, released a hand-drawn image years later. It showed the ship's silhouette from above, its decks empty, its frame wide, but around it, in the water, were markings. Circular patterns, intricate loops, spirals, and star-like nodes traced across the ocean in white ink. He claimed they weren't imaginary. He claimed they had seen them just for a moment, etched into the surface of the sea when the ship passed through the swell. like symbols drawn in frost, only visible at the perfect angle. When asked what the symbols meant, he gave a simple answer. "It's a map," he said, "to something deeper." The freighter was never found again. Future satellite sweeps of the region showed nothing. No oil slicks, no wreckage, no trace of its passing. Some believe it wasn't a ship at all, but a construct, a decoy, maybe even a vessel for observation, watching from within, waiting. Or perhaps it was never meant to stay above water at all. The sea, after all, does not lose its secrets. It just lends them out, sometimes briefly, to those brave or foolish enough to look, and then takes them back, folding them into its pressure, its silence, its memory of everything that sinks. Everything we were never meant to find. Part 9. The darkness beneath Point Nemo. There is a place in the Pacific Ocean so remote that astronauts aboard the International Space Station are closer to human civilization than anyone drifting there. It's called Point Nemo, Latin for no one. Located at coordinates 48°52, 6 say 123°23, 6 Bulwo. It is officially known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the furthest point from any landmass on Earth. No islands, no shores, no traffic, just water stretching in every direction for thousands of kilometers. Because of its isolation, Point Nemo has long been a dumping ground for decommissioned spacecraft. Satellites and space stations, once defunct, are directed to re-enter Earth's atmosphere in such a way that they crash into this uninhabited expanse. Over 260 spacecraft have plunged into this silent graveyard of stars, but some believe something else fell there, something that didn't come from above. In early 1997, NOAA's deep-sea acoustic monitors captured what is now known as the bloop. The sound was loud, extremely loud, detectable over 5,000 kilometers away, and registered on multiple hydrophones. The signal had the frequency profile of a living organism, but at a scale impossible for anything known to science. For years it was debated, studied, speculated upon. Eventually, a tentative explanation was offered: glacial ice carving. A polite way of saying something cracked, but the signature of the sound remained anomalous. No carving event has ever repeated it, and then the bloop stopped. But what came next was worse. In 2003, a scientific research submersible named the Penumbra was dispatched near Point Nemo as part of a deep ocean seafloor mapping project. The mission was unremarkable on paper: routine data collection. The Penumbra descended with a two-man crew and a standard suite of sensors. They planned to dive to 8,000 meters. What they found was not depth, it was absence. At 6,400 meters, the submersible passed into what the crew described as a shadow zone, a region where sonar stopped functioning, communication grew patchy, and light behaved strangely. The lamps on the sub's exterior began dimming, not flickering, but absorbing into the blackness like ink into cloth. They activated their secondary systems, only to find the cameras registering faint movement on the periphery, ripples in water that should have been still, shapes that faded as soon as they were looked at directly. The descent continued. The crew noted a subtle change in cabin pressure, not enough to indicate failure, but enough to create an oppressive sensation of heaviness in the lungs and limbs. Breathing became laborious. The pilot described a feeling of being watched, not imagined, but expected, as if the ocean had known they were coming for a long time. At 7,950 meters, the sub's external thermometers stopped recording. Internal temperatures began to fall. Despite sealed insulation, frost began forming on the interior walls of the cockpit. The co-pilot, a young researcher named Dr. Arun Patel, began muttering phrases no one recognized, syllables with no apparent linguistic root, recorded by internal microphones. When later analyzed, some were found to match fragmented Sumerian incantations and Polynesian morning chants. Neither man spoke those languages, and then the lights failed. What followed was 9 minutes of total blackout. No visuals, no data, just silence, until a low vibration began, somewhere beneath the submersible. Not a tremor, but a pulse, rhythmic, like the thrum of a massive distant engine, or a heartbeat, slowly rising. The sub shot upward, uncommanded. The emergency buoy released, and Penumbra surfaced in under 5 minutes, a feat impossible under standard ballast control. The crew was unconscious. When recovered, Both men were alive, but changed. Dr. Patel never spoke again. The pilot, when lucid, repeated a single phrase before falling into permanent catatonia. "It saw us." The logs of Penumbra were confiscated by the contractor overseeing the expedition, a private maritime geotechnical firm later revealed to be funded by a multinational energy conglomerate. In the aftermath, the research facility sponsoring the dive was quietly defunded. The region near Point Nemo was marked off limits for electromagnetic testing reasons. But not all the data was lost. A corrupted audio file, retrieved from the sub's backup systems, made its way to an anonymous internet server in 2008. The sound lasts 37 seconds. It starts with static, then a low groan, deep, hollow, not mechanical, not entirely organic, and then a single high-pitched tone that warps and bends in unnatural ways, as if the ocean itself were stretching around a point of gravity. Some believe this was the last echo of the bloop, not an animal, not ice, but a response. A reply to something long dormant, something lying deeper than we can dig, older than the tectonic plates, watching from below the world we think we know. At Point Nemo, the sea forgets nothing. It is the place where human things go to vanish. Satellites, space stations, broken dreams, and dead data. But what if it isn't just a graveyard? What if it's a door, a place chosen not for its distance from us, but for its closeness to something else? To a void that's not empty, but listening. And the deeper we listen back, the more we realize we're not alone in the silence. We never were. Part 10. The Forgotten Labyrinth of the Nazaré Trench. The waters off the coast of Portugal, specifically near the seaside town of Nazaré, are famous for their towering waves. Walls of water that rise more than 30 meters high, attracting daredevil surfers from around the globe. But beneath these monstrous swells lies something far stranger than the eye-catching surface spectacle: the Nazaré Canyon, a vast Y-shaped underwater trench that plunges to depths over 5,000 meters. It slices through the Atlantic seabed like an ancient wound, and for centuries, there have been rumors of strange readings, of disappearing vessels, and of sounds that do not match any known marine life. It began quietly in the late 1960s, when a Portuguese naval research unit tasked with underwater seismology picked up an unusual sequence of echo returns from deep within the canyon. These were not natural seismic tremors, nor were they mechanical. They were patterned, repeating every 33 minutes, and they carried with them a resonance, a kind of harmonic decay that suggested movement within a confined space. The readings were dismissed as equipment malfunction and buried in the archives. Until 1981, a deep diving team operating under NATO's Silent Floor sonar surveillance program was testing classified submarine detection hardware in the Atlantic when they noticed the same signature, faint but unmistakable. They traced it back to Nazaré. A dive was proposed, but not approved. So, in 1983, a civilian crew, oceanographers from a joint Portuguese-French academic alliance, launched a private expedition under the guise of geological research. They never reached the planned dive depth. What they found stopped them hundreds of meters above their goal. The ROV sent down the canyon walls began to transmit images that made no sense. At first they appeared to be just rocky ridges, normal for such a trench. But as the camera panned further into a shadowed recess, the texture of the walls shifted, smooth, angular, carved. The ROV's light revealed a corridor, a channel running between symmetrical stone surfaces, coated in silt but unmistakably artificial. It was a tunnel, buried in the trench wall, and it wasn't alone. Further exploration revealed a network of such corridors, all leading into the darkness of the trench. At least 7 parallel entrances were documented before the feed began to stutter. And then came the last image, a carved archway, titanic in scale, flanked by stone pillars, bearing etchings far too eroded to decipher, but clearly not natural. The style resembled neither Greek nor Roman, nor anything known from Mesopotamian or Minoan influence. It was something older, and then the camera failed. ROV's tether was pulled, violently, not by current, by force. It tore clean off, vanishing into the dark. The team pulled back immediately. On the surface they reviewed the last 20 minutes of data, only to find the footage missing. Gone, wiped. Only the live screen operator had seen it. and he never spoke of it again. He resigned the next day. The expedition's findings were never published. The professors involved left academia, and the entire event was dismissed by officials as a misinterpretation of topographical formations. But deep-sea divers in the years since have reported things. Whispers, glimmers of something vast and hidden. One report, filed unofficially by a Spanish salvage crew in 1988, described an underground cathedral discovered accidentally when one of their unmanned rigs fell into an unmapped trench extension. They described columns the size of towers, archways leading nowhere, and what they called a door, larger than a ship's hull sealed shut with stone mechanisms that pulsed faintly, like veins under translucent skin. No images, no proof, just a log entry, and a quiet recommendation: do not return. The sea is not ours here. Some conspiracy theorists have gone so far as to link the Nazaré Trench to Atlantis myths, claiming the structures are the remnants of a pre-human civilization swallowed by tectonic collapse. Others believe it's not human at all, that the layout of the labyrinth is not functional in any terrestrial sense, but spatially symbolic. A message, or worse, a containment. The idea being that these structures were never meant to be seen, they were meant to keep something in. Seismologists monitoring the trench have recorded small localized quakes at irregular intervals, many of which center not on the trench's floor, but within its walls, as if the rock itself is hollow, and something inside is shifting, slowly, like an ancient machine winding back to life. The Nazaré Canyon continues to widen each year. Geologists attribute this to erosion and tectonic activity, but the numbers don't align. The expansion is accelerating too evenly, too symmetrically, like a door being pried open not by accident, but by design. Beneath the roar of Nazaré's famous waves, beneath the celebration of human conquest over nature's fury, lies a silence more enduring than stone. It is the silence of watchers buried too deep to dream, until now. And if that silence breaks, it may not be the water that swallows us, but what waited behind it all along. Part 11. The vanishing convoy of the Greenland abyss. Far north, past the fractured glaciers of the Arctic Circle, the seas become something different, less an extension of Earth, more like a forgotten sky turned inward. Beneath the jagged coastlines of Greenland lies an immense trench system known only to a few. The Greenland Abyssal Plain, deep, unmapped, and largely ignored due to its extreme conditions. This area is a graveyard of silence. Temperatures plummet, currents twist like sinews through black ice, and in the 1970s, it became the site of one of the most unsettling naval disappearances in recorded history. A loss not of a single ship, but of an entire convoy. In 1973, during the height of Cold War tensions, NATO quietly approved Operation Cold Edge, a classified naval maneuver involving 5 submarines and 3 escort vessels. Officially, the mission was a joint training exercise in hostile navigation through glacial conditions. Unofficially, it was about something else. In the years prior, Soviet acoustic buoys had been picking up strange reverberations from beneath the Greenland shelf, impacts, pulses, and low-frequency oscillations, all occurring at depths exceeding 4,000 meters. It was suspected these were some form of experimental weapons testing, or worse, undisclosed undersea activity. So NATO went to investigate. The 8-vessel convoy entered the Greenland abyss in late November. The weather was calm. The descent was monitored by 2 satellite uplinks, and 1 surface command ship stationed to the east, the Norfolk Seeker. For 30 hours, everything went smoothly. Then came the last transmission, descent initiated, external temperatures dropping rapidly, light anomaly to the southwest, investigating. After that, nothing. No beacons, no black box ping, no wreckage. All 8 vessels disappeared from radar within 60 seconds of each other. The Norfolk Seeker recorded no signs of explosion, no seismic tremor, no electromagnetic interference, just absence, a perfect subtraction. Search efforts began immediately. Within 72 hours, reconnaissance aircraft, sonar-equipped subs, and even deep-sea drones were dispatched, but there was nothing. Not a single signal returned from the depths. The trench appeared empty, as if they'd never been there at all. Then 6 days later, one of the search subs, Aquila 3, picked up a sonar signature, moving along the bottom of the abyss. It was large, too large to be debris, larger even than a modern aircraft carrier. It moved slowly, almost gliding, and then paused. That pause was followed by a sound, one not heard again until a decade later, a deep harmonic oscillation, like a whale song stretched to inhuman lengths. It repeated every 43 seconds, and each time it echoed through the water, the Aquila 3's instruments went slightly off calibration. Compasses skewed, pressure sensors twitched, internal clocks lost seconds. The pilot, Commander Louis Greaves, described what he saw through the external camera feed: a wall, not a cliff, not a rock formation, but a smooth surface, curved, matte black, without barnacles or coral, as if it were new or alive. Just before contact was lost, he reported that the wall began to change, not move, but shimmer, like light behind a veil of water, and then the feed cut. The sub never resurfaced. After that, the area was redacted on all civilian maps. Labeled as an unstable magnetic anomaly zone, the Greenland abyssal plain was quietly marked off-limits for any non-military exploration. Satellite data from the area was scrubbed, and when oceanographers later inquired about diving there, they were redirected toward less volatile environments. Yet there were whispers, internal leaks, anonymous files. A document surfaced in 1991, allegedly from the US Navy archives, listing a high-risk containment breach in the Greenland Trench. It spoke of a spatial fold and of architecture incompatible with terrestrial physics. No official comment was ever made. Most called it a hoax. But then came the Arctic explorers in 2007, Norwegian adventurers seeking to chart ancient glacier caves on the eastern fringe of Greenland's coast. They reported something strange, a rising hum, audible even above the wind, that seemed to follow them at night. Their ship's GPS failed intermittently as they approached a narrow fjord said to have been the site of Viking graves. One night, one of the men awoke to see a glow on the water, not fire, not reflection. A column of pale blue light, rising silently in the distance, as if something vast beneath the sea had opened its eye. They turned back the next day. The Greenland abyss remains unmapped in any modern atlas. Deep sea mapping technology, which has progressed immensely in other parts of the world, is conspicuously absent there. No bathymetric renderings, no recent depth surveys, just blank space. A gap in our understanding of the ocean, and perhaps a boundary line. Some say the convoy was destroyed, others believe it was absorbed into something older, something that does not float or sink, but exists in a pressure zone we cannot survive long enough to understand. A submerged realm beyond engineering or biology, where time curls inward, where metal rusts before it lands, where voices echo long after the lungs that made them have collapsed under pressure. Whatever lies beneath the Greenland abyss has chosen to stay hidden, but once, for a moment, it opened its mouth, and 8 ships fell in. Part 12. The Screaming Fissures of the Mariana Shadow Shelf. Most people know the Mariana Trench as the deepest part of the ocean, a colossal scar carved into the Pacific floor, nearly 11,000 meters down. But fewer know of the region just east of it, an uncharted series of underwater ridges, caves, and abrupt tectonic drops that scientists informally refer to as the Mariana Shadow Shelf. It's a name not officially recognized on any modern chart, but spoken in low tones by deep-sea researchers, particularly those who worked on early bathymetric mapping missions in the 1990s. According to their accounts, there's a reason this shelf remains unmapped. It's not that it's uninteresting, it's that something down there doesn't want to be found. In 1996, a Japanese exploration team aboard the Kaio Maru 6 was conducting sonar scans just beyond the known trench boundaries. Their objective was straightforward: map the outer shelf using a new high-resolution sonar array. But 27 minutes into their second sweep, the equipment began to glitch. Not static or dropouts, but something more unusual, overlaying signals. Their sonar was bouncing back with garbled echoes layered atop each other, forming what the technicians described as stacks of distorted noise. At first they thought the terrain was simply too jagged for accurate reflection, but then they noticed a rhythm in the noise. It was not natural interference. The pulses came in precise triplets, soft, sharp, then low. The pattern repeated every 2 minutes. The sounds were not loud in volume, but they were profoundly deep, resonating in a way that made the hull of the ship tremble in sync. Some crew members reported headaches and nausea when the signal intensified. One diver described it as standing beside a giant whispering through the bones of the earth. Intrigued and a little uneasy, the team deployed a submersible drone into a narrow fissure on the outer slope of the trench. As it descended, the onboard microphone picked up something chilling, a sound unlike any marine vocalization ever recorded. It was not a cry, not a mechanical whine, but a scream, low, wet, and stretched across seconds. It did not resemble the vocal frequency of any known whale or deep-sea creature. It was ragged, guttural, and impossibly large. The scream came again, and every time it echoed, the lights on the sub flickered. At a depth of 9,000 meters, the drone's camera feed captured something haunting. Just beyond the reach of its light was a structure, not metallic, not stone, something in between, smooth but fibrous, almost like bone. The surface was etched with long parallel grooves, too regular to be random, yet too organic to be machined. The formation was nestled between two narrow walls of black rock that formed a perfectly symmetrical fissure, as if the seafloor had been cut with a blade. And just past that, in the darkness, movement, not fast, not flailing, just a slow, massive shift in the shadows. Then the drone stopped transmitting. The cable was reeled back up, but it came empty, not severed, not frayed, dissolved. Only a stub remained, as if the last 10 meters of cable had been melted into vapor. The crew returned to the surface within hours, abandoning the mission. The lead technician went on record, under pseudonym, claiming the fissure was not just a crack in the seabed, but an opening, a living one. For years no other crew dared return, but in 2008, a private company contracted by a Pacific energy firm attempted a discrete mapping operation of the same region. Their mission was to find deep pressure zones that could hypothetically house future geothermal stations. What they found instead was silence, a large, unexplained dead zone in sonar returns. Not a mass, not an obstruction, just absence. The water itself in that area refused to echo. Instruments showed that sound waves passed into the shelf and simply vanished. Even more bizarre were the reports of audio hallucinations among the crew. Several members reported hearing faint voices in their cabins at night, long drawn-out words in a language no one recognized, always preceded by the sound of slow breathing or dragging chains. These weren't dramatized sea tales. They were logged, documented, and reviewed by company psychiatrists. One man eventually resigned, writing in his exit form, "There is something down there that remembers us, and it doesn't want to be remembered." Marine biologists have proposed theories: gas bubbles under pressure, rare seismic interactions, or even acoustic mirages bouncing sound from distant storms. But none of these explain the localized nature of the events, nor the physical disappearance of drones, the precision of the screams, or the way the water seems to swallow sound whole. In 2017, a leaked audio file from a US Navy hydrophone stationed near Guam was posted briefly to an obscure oceanography forum before being taken down. The file, dubbed Trench Banshee by users, lasted only 37 seconds. It contained a steady pressure hiss, followed by a descending howl, inhuman, echoing, and layered with an undertone that some claimed resembled a chant. Audio experts attempted to spectrograph the file, but found that its waveform contained inverted harmonics, frequencies that should not be present in any known soundscape. When reversed and slowed, the file revealed something even stranger: a pulsing thrum beneath the screen, beating exactly at the tempo of a human heart at rest. Many believe the Mariana Shadow Shelf is not just a forgotten edge of the trench, but the mouth of something older, something buried beneath tectonic plates for millennia, dormant but not dead. They say the screams are not cries for help, but warnings, that the fissures are not breaks in the sea floor, but breath marks, and that each time someone dares listen too closely, the shelf listens back. What lives beneath the trench may not want to surface, but it remembers what it once was, and in the cold, silent pressure of the abyss, memory is the loudest thing that endures. Part 13. The Lost Labyrinth Beneath the Weddell Sea. Between the ghostly cliffs of the Antarctic Peninsula and the shifting flows of the Southern Ocean lies the Weddell Sea, remote, brutal, and hauntingly silent. Unlike the chaotic turbulence of other oceans, the Weddell is a realm of near stillness. The water there is some of the coldest on Earth. Locked beneath towering shelves of ancient ice, the sky is often grey, the horizon indistinguishable from the sea, and yet beneath this monotony lies one of the most enigmatic and terrifying legends of the deep. A submerged labyrinth of unknown origin, hidden far beneath the ice shelves, reachable only through a series of underwater tunnels that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere. In 1988, during a joint Soviet-German expedition, a research team aboard the icebreaker Mikhail Somov drilled through the Larsen ice shelf to deploy deep-sea temperature sensors. These sensors, lowered over a kilometer through the glacial ice, were meant to record oceanic temperatures and currents in the cavity beneath the ice. But the instrument didn't stop at water, it kept descending. Eventually, the tether extended an impossible 600 meters past where the seafloor should have been, yet it still hadn't touched bottom. The sensor suddenly failed, and the tether slackened violently, as if something had yanked it sideways. When they reeled it back, it was intact, but covered in a viscous black residue with a faint chemical odor. Analysis later revealed compounds not naturally occurring in seawater. The incident was quietly logged, but 2 years later, in 1990, another team returned. This time they brought a submersible drone, Polyarny 2. It was small, durable, and fitted with both sonar and live feed cameras. They deployed it through the same shaft, descending into what they now believe to be an underwater cavern system, carved either by meltwater or tectonic upheaval. What the drone found defied explanation. At first, the descent was uneventful, a smooth column of water hemmed in by ancient ice, the light gradually dimming to black. Then around the 300-meter mark, the drone emerged into a massive open space, an under-ice cavern the size of a cathedral, with rock walls that appeared carved, not fractured. The sonar showed sharp regular angles, patterns, hallways, archways. The floor beneath was too even, too symmetrical, to be natural. Then the lights on the drone flickered. The camera steadied, revealing a corridor stretching into the darkness. Its walls were lined with strange protrusions, some geometric, others almost organic, like coral frozen in unnatural shapes. The corridor split in two, then again, and again. The drone had entered a maze. The further it traveled, the stranger things became. Temperature sensors began fluctuating violently. The water shifted from near freezing to oddly warm in isolated pockets. Pressure readings jumped erratically. Then the walls started changing, no longer plain rock or ice, but layered with sedimented patterns, like fossil imprints. Some were massive spiral shapes, others like rib cages, fused into the stone itself. 30 minutes in, the drone encountered a room. It was circular, the ceiling domed, with a raised platform in the center. Around the edges were 6 stone columns, each carved with spiral ridges running their full length. At the center of the platform sat an object, a sphere, metallic, motionless. The sphere emitted no light, no energy, but the sonar showed it resonating. It was vibrating at an extremely low frequency, one undetectable to human ears but visible in the data. The moment the drone's lights passed over it, every system aboard the Mikhail Somov experienced interference. Radios spat static, clocks skipped minutes forward, and inside the cabin of the drone controller, an operator claimed he heard a voice, not through the equipment, but in his own ears. A single word, repeated once, open. The feed cut moments later. The drone was never recovered. The mission was declared compromised due to mechanical failure and later classified. But in 2003, a former member of the crew, now living in exile, shared fragments of the video with an independent researcher. Though the footage was grainy and incomplete, it showed enough not just the corridors but walls engraved with symbols. The symbols bore resemblance to ancient petroglyphs found in South America, but mirrored and distorted, like a forgotten language written in pressure and time. The labyrinth, if it exists, sits beneath hundreds of meters of ice, unreachable without months of drilling. And yet the phenomenon hasn't stopped. In 2016, seismic monitors in the Weddell recorded a deep rhythmic tremor, occurring every 6 hours, lasting exactly 13 seconds. The source, a fixed point under the sea, matching the location of the 1988 mission. Some believe the labyrinth still pulses, that it's not a ruin, but a machine, a structure built not for the surface, but for something older than us, something buried, sealed, and left running. The theory grows darker. If the labyrinth is a prison, who built it? What did they leave inside, and why does it still hum? One polar scientist offered a chilling possibility. He suggested the entire structure wasn't made by hands, but by instinct, that it was built from memory, by something that remembers being buried, and that every 6 hours, it stirs in its sleep, reaching for a door that has not yet been opened. Some places in the ocean are deep, others are dark. But beneath the Weddell, The sea is remembering something it once tried to forget, and the labyrinth waits. Part 14. The red tide of Port Fjord, at the northern edge of the Norwegian Sea, where jagged cliffs meet the iron-grey waters of the Arctic, there lies a little-known inlet called Port Fjord. It's a secluded arm of ocean, rarely visited, hemmed in by mountains that rise like ancient sentinels. To the locals, the fjord is beautiful but wrong. They speak of a taste in the air, metallic, sharp, almost electric, that no storm can wash away. Birds avoid the cliffs, fish refuse to gather near the mouth, and in the winter months, when the water should be clear and black, a strange red bloom spreads just beneath the surface, curling like smoke beneath the ice. The phenomenon is dismissed by some as a variant of red tide, an algal bloom reacting to polar currents. But to those who've lived in the nearby village of Nedreheim, the truth is more complicated. More than a century of oral history surrounds the red waters of Port Fjord, and it all began with a shipwreck in 1892. The Freya Bjors, a Norwegian whaling vessel, was returning from a routine hunt when it entered the fjord to escape a sudden storm. According to the captain's log, recovered weeks later from the drifting wreck, visibility dropped to nothing. Fog rolled in from the mountains, thick and silent. The sea became unnaturally calm, as though the waves had been lulled to sleep. The crew reported seeing faint lights beneath the ship, red and slow, pulsing like a heartbeat. By morning the ship was gone, splinters and barrels washed ashore 2 days later, no bodies, no survivors. But the strangest find was a harpoon embedded in the shoreline rocks, not in the water, embedded in the stone, lodged deep into the granite at a perfect downward angle, as though something had thrown it from above, hard enough to pierce solid earth. 50 years later, during World War II, the Nazis attempted to use the fjord as a temporary U-boat station. The entrance was deep and narrow, perfect for stealth. But within 3 weeks, the project was abandoned. Logs from the operation were recovered decades later, and the accounts within are chilling. Divers reported violent hallucinations, visions of twisting crimson roots reaching up from the darkness. Equipment malfunctioned regularly. One submarine, U-451, vanished during routine submersion testing. No explosion, no oil slick. It simply submerged and never resurfaced. One diver returned from the water babbling in Norwegian, repeating the phrase, "It's feeding, it's listening." After the war, the fjord was left alone. But local fishermen have long whispered that the red water returns in cycles, always on the third night after the winter solstice, and always following a deep, low rumble beneath the seabed, like distant thunder from nowhere. In 2004, a group of marine biologists set up a small self-funded expedition to observe the bloom. They arrived 2 days before the solstice and deployed a series of underwater microphones and thermal sensors. The first day, the water remained still. On the second, the microphones picked up something unusual, subsonic murmurs, barely perceptible but unmistakably patterned. Not whale song, not seismic noise, something layered. The pulses rose and fell in frequency with unnatural precision. One technician, a former naval acoustic analyst, noted that the pattern resembled a primitive form of echolocation, but deeper than any marine creature known to science. The third night, the red tide arrived, but it wasn't alga. The researchers described it as a cloud, suspended just below the surface, thick and swirling. It didn't float outward, it expanded inward, drawing itself into a slow spiral at the fjord's center. The water around it chilled to freezing within minutes. Lights were deployed. The cameras showed something moving within the cloud. Long strands like tendrils, swaying in the current, but against the current's flow. Then from the center of the spiral, a flash of light, not bright, not explosive, just a dull blood-colored shimmer, as if something had turned its eye upward. The lead diver, against the advice of his team, descended into the red spiral. He resurfaced 19 minutes later. He was alive, but silent. His mouth was locked open, his pupils fully dilated. He never spoke again. His notes, recovered later, were almost illegible. But one sentence repeated several times. "It sees through the water. It remembers what bled here." The red cloud vanished by dawn. The equipment showed no radiation, no contamination, but the microphones had continued recording. The last file on record, time-stamped 4:06 a.m., contained a sound that none of the team could explain. It wasn't organic, it wasn't a voice, it was a scraping cyclical noise, almost like something massive dragging itself along a rough surface, echoing for miles. No further expeditions have been authorized. Norwegian authorities have refused all requests to probe deeper into the fjord. But satellite imaging in 2021 picked up a thermal anomaly just beneath the surface at the same time of year, perfectly circular, approximately 180 meters in diameter, glowing red for 8 hours before fading. Those who believe the legend call it the wound of the deep, a scar left by something old, older than the glaciers, older than the sea. They say the fjord is not just water, but a mouth sealed by silence, that it drinks what enters, that it is not alive, but hungers. And every solstice, for one night, the scar opens and remembers what it lost. Part 15. The Silent Bell of Kamchatka Trench. At the edge of the Pacific Plate, where the continental shelf of eastern Russia collapses into one of the deepest oceanic trenches on Earth, lies a region so vast and untouched that it barely exists in the modern mind. The Kamchatka Trench is a crescent-shaped abyss, yawning thousands of meters deep just off the volcanic spine of the Kamchatka Peninsula. Earthquakes rumble here often. Lava boils beneath the crust, but for centuries, mariners and native reindeer herders alike have spoken of something stranger than tremors of sounds beneath the waves. Not roars, not groans. A bell. The earliest known reference dates to the 1700s in the travelogue of Danish explorer Vitus Bering, who sailed near these waters during Russia's expansion into the east. He recorded local stories passed down by the Itelmen people, tales of a sound that echoed up through the ice in winter. A bell tone, low and distant, that rang without rhythm, without cause, and never when listened for. They called it the Kalakol Bez or Trika, the bell without origin. According to legend, it came from a chasm beneath the ocean, where the world cracked long ago, and where something was sealed in the dark, something that could not speak but could still ring. In 1965, during the height of Cold War paranoia, a Soviet acoustic monitoring station was established along the coast of Kamchatka to detect submarine activity. The hydrophones deployed were powerful, capable of registering movements and sounds hundreds of kilometers away. The Soviets were listening for American nuclear submarines. But in January of 1966, they recorded something else. The sound came at 3:12 a.m. local time. A single chime, deep, resonant, metallic, but impossibly low in frequency. The ocean itself seemed to carry the vibration for miles. It wasn't seismic, the tone was too smooth, too precise. Engineers confirmed it had no known acoustic profile. The Soviets assumed it was some form of experimental Western signal or sonar interference and increased surveillance. But the tone came again, exactly 30 days later, same hour, same frequency, and then again, every month, always on the same day, always the same hour. It earned the nickname Zvonok, the call. Files were marked confidential. Military presence along the coast increased. In 1969, a classified research vessel was dispatched to triangulate the source. It took months of drift monitoring, but eventually, a location was identified. A deep, narrow point in the trench just west of the Kronotsky Bay. The water there descended over 9,800 meters, nearly matching the Marianas depths. The site was nicknamed Grobovoy Kolodets, the grave well. They sent a drone. The first mission yielded no visuals, only static, but the second mission, launched with enhanced pressure protection, returned 4 minutes of footage before the signal abruptly terminated. What it showed was later described by one scientist as biomechanical topography. The seafloor was not smooth sediment, it was ridged with what looked like channels, precisely cut, each one leading into the center of a vast crater where something rested. The object was spherical, smooth, covered in encrusted sediment and corrosion, yet unmistakably artificial. From its equator extended 4 massive spokes that disappeared into the trench walls, like anchors. At the sphere's summit was an opening, small, dark, silent, and surrounding the entire crater were dozens of irregular mounds, each roughly the size of a truck. The mounds were breathing, not fast, not loud, but with the unmistakable rise and fall of respiration, visible in the silt and light. When the drone focused on one, the footage distorted, lines bent, the video became grainy, but not before capturing a glimpse of the mound's texture, wet, scaled, and patterned in repeating spirals. And then the bell rang, louder than before. The footage cut instantly. The drone was never recovered. The research team was disbanded. Records were buried in Soviet archives until the collapse of the USSR, when fragments leaked through researchers working with declassified material. One geophysicist, Dr. Mikhail Ozerov, published a paper referencing harmonic anomalies beneath Kamchatka, suggesting tectonic resonance, but he vanished a year later while attempting a private expedition to the region. In 2015, NOAA equipment from a Pacific marine mapping operation captured a low-frequency tone east of the trench. The signal bore exact similarity to the Zvonok pattern from 1966. Researchers logged it as non-biological anomaly, but the coordinates matched the old Soviet records within 2 kilometers. Local fishermen still report strange happenings: boats drifting when engines fail, compass needles spinning near Kronotsky, divers surfacing in panic, unable to explain what they heard down below, some calling it a voice made of metal, others saying it wasn't a sound at all but a presence, a pressure behind the eyes, a silence shaped like a bell. One theory is that the object deep in the trench is not a bell but a lock, that the sound isn't a signal, it's a seal, a resonant frequency that keeps something contained. Every month the tone renews its barrier, every month the sea is reminded to stay still, but that raises a darker question. What happens if the bell stops ringing? If it falls silent, does the pressure change? Does the trench shift, or does something else rise? Some believe the bell is not a device, but a remnant, that it is the last note of a drowned civilization that tried to trap what it could not understand. A frequency, eternal and mechanical, echoing through the ocean's oldest fracture, a boundary, a warning, a rhythm too old for us to break, but one we are now hearing more clearly, and in that clarity, we are not alone. We are only listening. Part 16. The hollow columns of Silent Moor Ridge, beneath the surface of the South Atlantic, nearly 800 kilometers west of the Namibian coastline, lies a sunken formation so peculiar, so precise in its geometry, that many scientists who've glimpsed it have compared it not to geology, but to architecture. Known unofficially among the few who've studied it as Silent Moor Ridge, the site is a narrow, trench-like scar, flanked by pillars of volcanic basalt, perfectly vertical, evenly spaced, and each one hollow at the core. What emerges from this place isn't just a mystery of rock, pressure, and formation, it's the sense of design in something that should be the product of chaos. The ridge itself was discovered accidentally in 1983 during a sonar mapping initiative conducted by a European Oceanographic Alliance. Aboard the vessel Renaissance, researchers detected an abrupt drop in the ocean floor, followed by a symmetrical pattern of seafloor reflections. Expecting standard Rift Valley terrain, they were baffled to find a structure extending over 2.5 kilometers, consisting of more than 80 towering basalt columns, each over 30 meters high and spaced exactly 10 meters apart. But the most disturbing detail was that each column had a hollowed cavity at its center, like the barrel of a cannon pointing upward into the darkness of the sea. Remote cameras revealed more. The inner walls of the columns were smooth, almost polished, unlike any erosion pattern seen in oceanic basalt. The hollows seemed to spiral inward, not sharply, but in a slow descending curve that made each one resemble a throat. They dubbed them the mouths, and the trench they flanked came to be known as the gullet, over a kilometer deep, narrow, and unnervingly uniform in depth, as if carved by machinery rather than tectonics. Over the years, several expeditions attempted to study Silent Moor Ridge, but few returned with viable data. Electronics failed near the site, sonar became erratic, lights dimmed inexplicably, even with full battery power. Divers reported sensations of pressure on their temples, subtle nausea, and in some cases, disorientation that led to physical collapse. In 1991, a privately funded team led by oceanographer Ingrid Kepler conducted the most detailed exploration of the region to date. They deployed a specialized drone known as Nereus Theta, built to withstand both depth and magnetic interference. As it entered the ridge, it recorded something remarkable: faint rhythmic pulses emanating from the hollow columns, not sounds exactly, but measurable shifts in pressure, as though the columns were breathing in tandem. The team initially dismissed it as internal current flux, but the pulses grew stronger as Nereus Theta approached the trench, and then one of the columns moved. Not dramatically, not like a machine, but the top segment of one pillar, a mass of solid rock weighing hundreds of tons, shifted approximately 12 centimeters counterclockwise, slowly, deliberately, and then stopped. There was no earthquake, no nearby fault shift, just motion, just awareness. At that moment, the Nereus drone's feed cut out. All telemetry ceased. The last frame transmitted showed a glimpse of something deep in the trench, something moving through the water, large enough to dwarf a school bus, but cloaked in layers of sediment and low light. All that could be made out were strands, long tendril-like appendages trailing behind it, as if it were gliding, as if it had been waiting. The team scrambled to retrieve the drone, but it was lost. The expedition cut short, and the data sealed. Kepler herself left oceanography shortly after. In a private letter obtained years later by a colleague, she wrote of dreams that plagued her after returning, visions of a ceiling made of mouths, of an inverted cathedral beneath the sea, where the pews were empty and the walls exhaled salt. She claimed the ridge was not a formation, but a system built not by humans, but for something that remembers humans. Theories range from ancient tectonic oddity to evidence of some biomineral organism growing in perfect geometry, but those who saw the original footage swear there was nothing natural about the placement. The ridge's pattern resembles waveguides, structures used in experimental particle containment. One physicist who reviewed the spatial data proposed that the columns may function as an array, a kind of resonant chamber that channels energy through the ocean floor. But energy for what? Some claim the ridge is a memory, not a ruin, but a buried process that still runs, unobserved, echoing the architecture of something lost beneath continental drift. Others believe the hollow mouths aren't resonators at all, but receptors, listening, waiting for a return signal. What few know is that in 2020, a passing satellite detected a sudden thermal bloom near Silent Moor Ridge. For 1 minute and 12 seconds, the trench's temperature rose by 3 degrees Celsius across a 400-meter radius. No volcanic activity, no seismic trigger, just heat. And in the aftermath, several of the columns were found repositioned, all turned slightly toward the center, as though whatever had once gazed outward was now looking back in. Part 17. The submerged citadel beneath the Weddell Abyss. In one of the most hostile and least explored parts of Earth's ocean, hidden beneath a fortress of ice and darkness, lies what some oceanographers have called the closest thing to Atlantis ever recorded, though few dare to speak of it in such romantic terms. The Weddell Abyss, a deep and frozen pit in the Southern Ocean near Antarctica, is shielded by currents so violent and waters so cold that even the most sophisticated submersibles struggle to remain operational. Beneath this void, however, a German-led expedition in 1998 stumbled across a structure that has remained absent from official records, and whose very existence seems to defy geology, history, and reason itself. It began with a mapping initiative conducted by the Alfred Wegener Institute aboard the icebreaker Polarstern. The mission was routine, surveying seafloor terrain through remote bathymetry to refine tectonic models near the Weddell Sea. But as the vessel passed over a depth drop-off near 68 degrees Celsius, 0 degree W, their sonar registered a series of perfectly linear interruptions. At first, they assumed it was data corruption caused by polar interference, but the shapes kept appearing, identical patterns, repeating along a curved ridge that stretched for over a kilometer. A follow-up descent was arranged using an autonomous underwater vehicle known as Aegir 6, hardened against sub-zero pressures and capable of diving over 7,000 meters. What it captured on camera was nothing short of heretical to modern science. A city-like formation of interlocking stone platforms, flanked by what appeared to be towers, obelisks, and causeways, all buried beneath centuries of silt and biogenic debris. The structures, though eroded, retained angles too sharp and orientations too clean to be dismissed as natural formations. Most disturbing was that their orientation appeared to reflect the constellations, not as they are now, but as they would have appeared from Earth's southern pole tens of thousands of years ago. Each structure was made of black basalt, glassy, almost metallic in certain lights, and interspersed with materials that pulsed faintly when exposed to the vehicle's sonar. One surface was covered in glyph-like etchings, sweeping curves, jagged angles, and spirals resembling proto-writing, but with no known linguistic origin. The layout of the ruins resembled a spiral configuration, with concentric paths leading toward a central depression, what the team dubbed the core. Here they found something truly chilling. At the heart of the spiral, embedded halfway into the seabed, stood a single monolith, 12 meters tall, crystalline in texture, and unlike anything else on Earth. Its surface refracted light in impossible angles, bending even the surrounding current in subtle ways. As the camera approached, the water itself seemed to distort, bubbles slowed, particle drift paused. One researcher described the effect as watching time itself hesitate. Then the submersible lost power for 16 seconds. When systems resumed, the monolith had slightly shifted, and the sediment around its base was gone. No currents could account for the clearing, and no vibration or seismic event was detected. It was as if the surrounding seabed had simply ceased to exist, atomized or pulled away by a force not recognized by any branch of physics. The team, understandably shaken, cut the dive short and returned to the surface. But Aegir 6 never fully recovered, its memory banks corrupted on extraction. Of the 40 hours of footage it had recorded, only 14 minutes remained intact. They were enough. After internal review, the lead scientist, Dr. Lothar Brennig, made a confidential report to Germany's Ministry for Science and Education, requesting funding for a return expedition under increased security. He cited possible archaeological significance, a previously unknown civilization, and what he called anomalous geomagnetic interference consistent with pre-industrial instrumentation. His request was denied. Within 6 months, the expedition was quietly classified, and the remaining data files sealed under a joint agreement with international partners, ostensibly to prevent ecological disruption to polar territories. Yet rumors persisted. In 2004, a whistleblower from the original expedition leaked a series of sonar stills that appeared on an obscure oceanology forum before being quickly scrubbed. These images showed not just the layout of the spiral city, but what looked like humanoid reliefs carved into the stone, elongated skulls, four-fingered hands and wide eyes that suggested a species adapted not to land or light, but to cold and pressure. The implication was staggering, that whatever civilization built the structures had either lived deep below the ice, or had come from beneath the earth long before the rise of man. Skeptics have dismissed the entire affair as conspiracy. They argue that ocean floor illusions are common under extreme pressures, and that the glyphs are nothing more than pressure fractures and volcanic patterns. But satellite gravity maps continue to show subtle density anomalies in the region, consistent with empty pockets or structured voids beneath the surface. Something is down there, something that holds its shape, its silence, and its secrets. There is also the matter of the monolith. In 2019, a Chilean naval patrol ship monitoring ice drift reported an unexplained thermal bloom radiating upward from the seafloor in that very sector. It lasted only 8 minutes and raised the local temperature by nearly 5 degrees Celsius in a narrow column of water. The source was never found, but it matched the last known coordinates of the spiral citadel's core. Since then, no official expedition has returned. But every few months, deep-sea acoustic monitors catch a faint pulse echoing through the Southern Ocean, low, harmonic, and structured like a countdown. A frequency not known to nature, nor to man. Perhaps the city is not ancient. Perhaps it is not abandoned. Perhaps it is waiting not for discovery, but for the right conditions, the right alignment, the right moment. And when that moment comes, we may not be the ones to uncover it. It may uncover us. Part 18. The Leviathan Signal. In the crushing darkness of the Pacific, far beyond the reach of surface trade routes or military surveillance, lies an acoustic anomaly so immense, so persistently structured, that it has haunted the minds of oceanographers for decades. Officially, it's referred to in classified documents as L20, a deep, low-frequency signal that originates at an impossible depth far beneath the oceanic crust, yet resonates with such power that it can be detected by hydrophones thousands of kilometers apart. But among those who've heard it, those who have studied it long enough to become consumed by it, the anomaly has earned another name. They call it the Leviathan Signal. It was first detected in 1997 during a routine calibration of the US Navy's SOSUS sound surveillance system, a Cold War-era array of underwater microphones designed to monitor Soviet submarines. At 3:16 UTC, multiple listening posts picked up a pulse that did not match any known vessel, seismic activity, or biological sound. It was long, droning, and rose in pitch like the winding of some massive organic machine. But what made it truly terrifying was its depth. Initial triangulation placed the source over 90 kilometers beneath the seafloor. That's not just deeper than the ocean, it's inside the Earth's mantle. The SOSUS system, not built to analyze geological signals, was baffled. So the data was quietly passed to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Analysts there initially suspected a glitch, until the signal returned. Every 12 days, precisely, without deviation, It was always the same length, always the same frequency, always beginning and ending with a subtle rising note that resembled, disturbingly, a breath. In 2001, a multinational research team installed a dedicated sensor array near the signal's epicenter, an abyssal zone northwest of Easter Island, where the ocean floor forms a long sunken rift known as the Challenger Hollow. The scientists dubbed the signal's source point Point Helena. What they discovered over the next 5 years reshaped their understanding of what Earth's interior might contain. Each instance of the Leviathan signal began with a low hum, barely perceptible, like the resonance of a distant whale. But unlike whale song, this sound showed mathematical structure, harmonic intervals spaced according to Fibonacci ratios, repeating not with random variation, but with algorithmic precision. The signal would rise over 14 minutes, then fall suddenly in a sharp tone shift that some described as a moan. Then silence, for exactly 7 minutes and 44 seconds, then a second signal, slightly different, then silence again. The entire sequence lasted 38 minutes. It repeated every 12 days, and with each repetition, its volume measured in decibels relative to baseline ocean noise rose by a fraction of a percent. They were listening to something alive. It wasn't just sound. The signal affected equipment. Hydrophones placed too close to the core array suffered magnetic distortions. Hard drives failed within weeks of recording it continuously. Crew members aboard nearby vessels reported dreams, repeating images of a spiral shell beneath obsidian waves, of an eye too large to see in full, of teeth like mountain ridges drifting upward through ink. Some awoke gasping, others stopped sleeping entirely. In 2006, the team attempted to deploy a deep penetration sonar pulse into the trench to provoke a response. The moment the pulse reached maximum depth, a third signal was triggered, one never heard before. It was shorter, sharper, and for the first time, directional. It moved. Triangulation revealed that the source of the signal had shifted laterally by nearly 500 meters. Something massive, dense, and slow-moving had reacted to the pulse. It was alive. The deepest parts of the Earth are not supposed to be habitable. Past a certain depth, heat and pressure should obliterate any organic structure, and yet the Leviathan signal comes from a consistent source, massive, buried, and structured. Some believe it is not a creature in the biological sense, but a consciousness, an awareness encoded into the crystalline lattice of Earth's mantle itself. Others propose that the signal is the byproduct of a slumbering entity, something hibernating since long before human civilization, something that uses geothermal energy, not for movement, but for dreaming. In 2012, a whistleblower known only by the pseudonym Aleph Knoll leaked partial data to an encrypted academic forum. The files included signal recordings, frequency charts, and a single photograph of an AI-generated spectrograph visualization. It showed a swirling pattern that resembled a spine, curved, segmented, and stretching across a virtual field of miles. At the bottom of the graph was a caption, likely written by the research team, not a sound, a warning. Shortly after the leak, the files were removed. The site was taken down, and no official body ever acknowledged the data's existence. But those who heard the recordings, those lucky or unlucky enough to have saved a copy, say the sound changes them. One marine biologist, Dr. Eli Schofield, claimed he began hearing echoes of the signal, even when he wasn't near any equipment. "It hums in your bones," he wrote, "like a memory that isn't yours." Some religious groups, upon hearing the Leviathan signal, declared it the voice of the beast mentioned in the Book of Job. A preacher from New Zealand went viral in 2015 after claiming the signal was a prelude to revelation, a call not meant for humans, but for something that still sleeps. Scientists, of course, scoff at such interpretations, but many who have encountered the signal firsthand quietly admit it feels intentional. In 2021, the signal changed. It still occurred every 12 days, still followed the same harmonic pattern, but now, a third note had been added to the end of the sequence, a sharp burst lasting less than 2 seconds. When slowed down, this burst revealed a secondary waveform interlaced within the original signal, one that resembled sonar or language. As of now, no one has decoded it, but researchers at a private lab in Iceland are working under a new assumption that the Leviathan signal is not a cry or a song, it is a countdown, a call, and with each passing month, it grows louder, as if something beneath the earth has stirred, noticed our presence, and begun to respond. The question is not whether it will awaken, the question is what it remembers about us. Part 19. The Vault Beneath Bouvet Island. There is perhaps no place on Earth more isolated than Bouvet Island. A small volcanic landmass lost in the South Atlantic Ocean, it sits thousands of kilometers from the nearest inhabited location, far from any trade route, radar sweep, or rescue range. It's unclaimed, frozen, battered by endless storms, and technically belongs to Norway, though no one lives there. Just rock, ice, and the whispering winds of the southern latitudes. And yet, in 1964, the British Royal Navy photographed something that was not supposed to be there. A lifeboat. The boat had no name, no flag, no identifying marks. It was discovered half buried in snow along the island's eastern shore, upright, pristine, and clearly recent. Inside were oars, a barrel of fresh water, a small crate of survival rations, and a radio. No signs of distress, no footprints, no bodies, no indication of how it had arrived in one of the most inaccessible regions on the planet. The report was logged, but no follow-up expedition was ever sent. Official records list the case as anomalous maritime detritus, but that was not the end of the story. In 1997, a research team from the Norwegian Polar Institute returned to Bouvet Island for unrelated climate studies. What they found while digging ice cores on the northwestern ridge would go unreported for nearly 20 years. Beneath 9 meters of ice, their instruments struck something metallic, a solid chamber. The team assumed it to be volcanic basalt at first, until it rang. They cleared the surrounding layers and uncovered a hatch, circular and smooth, covered in a strange salt-resistant patina that was neither rust nor ice. There were no markings, no bolts, no visible locks, but the ice beneath it was oddly warm. Sensors recorded a steady 11.6 degrees Celsius emanating from the metal, far too warm for the environment, and yet completely self-contained. Radiation scans showed nothing. Magnetic readings were distorted. Seismic resonance pulses bounced back in strange patterns, as if the object were larger on the inside than out. They called it the Vault. The scientists recorded their findings, sealed the site, and prepared a formal request to return with more equipment. But once they returned to the mainland, their story changed. Publicly, they reported nothing out of the ordinary. Privately, 3 of the team members disappeared within the next 6 months. One was declared missing in Tromsø. Another fell overboard during a crossing near Jan Mayen. The third died of unexplained heart failure. The files went dormant until 2013. A rogue drone pilot flying for a documentary crew, revisiting the island for climate footage, captured a high-resolution image of something unusual on Bouvet's northeast plateau. A circular indentation in the snow, impossibly symmetrical, with a faint outline of something metallic near its center. The footage was never broadcast, but leaked frames emerged online and drew the attention of cryptographers and urban explorers. Several groups began planning unsanctioned visits. One made it. In 2015, a privately funded vessel under a false research charter approached Bouvet Island during a narrow weather window. The expedition included former military engineers, spelunkers, and a deep-sea acoustics specialist named Lyra Chen, known in fringe circles for her work on anomalous resonance structures. Their goal: locate the vault and document it. They had 12 hours of good weather. They needed only 6. By 4:20, they had reached the ridge and begun scanning beneath the snowpack. The vault was still there, exactly where the 1997 team had found it. But this time, the hatch was open. Not fully, just enough. A hairline gap had formed, perhaps a centimeter wide. From within, they recorded a continuous ultra-low frequency tone. It wasn't mechanical, nor organic. It was harmonic, like the resonance of a tuning fork struck inside a cathedral the size of a city. The snow around the vault had melted into a perfect circle. No steam, no runoff, just absence. Like something had consumed the ice on a molecular level. Lyra lowered a sonar probe into the gap. What came back was a topography scan of internal chambers, 7 in total, arranged like concentric rings spiraling downward. The lowest chamber was nearly 300 meters below the surface. Their equipment couldn't penetrate deeper. But even at that depth, the signal was clear. There was something moving inside, not constantly, just shifting. The probe recorded something sliding slowly across the chamber floor. A scraping sound, as if enormous plates were being moved. Then the sonar cut out. When they retrieved the cable, it had been severed. Not cut, melted. The tip was gone, leaving only fused wire. They evacuated immediately. The crew said nothing to port authorities, but Lyra, who had saved an encrypted copy of the internal mapping data, disappeared 2 weeks later. Her lab was found empty, her notes wiped, her apartment scrubbed. No trace. Her colleagues refused to speak about her. By 2019, the vault had entered myth. Some claim it's a World War II relic, an experimental facility built by the Nazis, long abandoned, its purpose lost to time. Others believe it predates humanity altogether, that the vault is an ark, left behind by a civilization that knew the oceans would rise. A few say it's a machine, a seed of something not yet grown, planted deep in the crust, and waiting for some astronomical cue. The last known sonar ping recorded from near Bouvet Island occurred in July 2021. It wasn't just the tone anymore. There was rhythm, pulses, not like language, but like breath. Inhale, exhale, a kind of mechanical respiration. Then silence. Since then, satellite heat maps have shown subtle temperature blooms under Bouvet's ice, patterns resembling vascular systems, branching out from the vault's location. As if something beneath the island had begun to wake up, to stretch, and with each passing year, the snowpack grows thinner. Not because the vault is getting warmer, but because the world is part 20. The hollow trench and the echo that should not exist. There are places in the ocean so remote and lightless that no human has ever physically visited them. We only know of their existence through indirect readings, gravitational anomalies, deep acoustic pulses, and the brave whispers of machines that barely return intact. But among these places, one trench has remained the most troubling, not just for its depth, but for its silence. That silence was broken only once, and what emerged was an echo that does not match anything from our Earth. Located south of the Mariana System, beyond Challenger Deep and past the oceanographic maps we rely on for navigation, there is a fissure known in military records as HTV 115, the Hollow Trench Void. It appears on no public maps, no civilian sonar charts, and cannot be found in most marine databases. That's because HTV 115 was first identified not by scientists but by the United States Navy during Cold War acoustic surveillance in the 1960s. During a routine SOFAR channel recording operation, a system of underwater microphones meant to detect Soviet submarines, an array located west of Guam picked up an unexpected return. It was not a mechanical signature. It was a tonal burst. A deep, low-frequency sound unlike anything ever heard before, and yet it came not from the surface, but from beneath the seabed. For over 8 minutes the sound continued. Not constant, not random, but rhythmic. Not a song, but a signal. Like a beacon. Pulsing, pausing, then pulsing again, each interval perfectly matched. Then total silence. The event was so unique that it was flagged and classified as a potential threat. The Navy sent a classified reconnaissance vessel, the USS Reclaimer, under the guise of geological research. What they found was a vertical trench, not previously mapped, too narrow for submersibles, but nearly 11 kilometers deep. It plunged past the threshold of known tectonic features, extending into what one geologist described as a wound in the earth. They deployed an early model of the ANUQN-10 echo sounder to scan the depth. After 15 minutes, a return signal bounced back, far deeper than expected. The pulse return was delayed by a full 4 seconds longer than any prior readings in the region, suggesting a chamber or cavity far beyond the trench floor. More disturbingly, the echo was distorted, not by noise, but by interference. As if something was modifying the reflection. Later analysis showed subtle harmonic layering in the echo. It was not merely sound bouncing off rock. There were micro-frequencies embedded within the return, like echoes within echoes, creating interference patterns that implied the presence of structure, not random shape. Design. Then came the second signal. This one was not detected by sonar but by magnetic anomaly sensors on board. At exactly 4:12, the entire trench emitted a burst of magnetic energy strong enough to briefly disrupt the ship's compass, onboard electronics, and personal wristwatches. For 23 seconds, the region around HTV 115 registered a micromagnetic field shift equivalent to a solar flare, but isolated in a region where no geothermal activity existed. Then it vanished. The reclaimer returned with all data classified under Section 11B of Naval Research Protocol. For years nothing further was reported. But a decade later, in 1977, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory received a sample of the acoustic pattern from that 1960s echo and attempted to run it through early pattern recognition software. What came back caused unease in the upper echelons of defense research. The signal bore uncanny resemblance to certain known frequencies, specifically ones associated with pulsars and interstellar beacons. Of course, this made no sense. Pulsars are neutron stars, light years away. But the internal structure of the signal, its harmonic profile, shared multiple statistical signatures with those deep space signals. NASA called it Earth's false pulsar. In 2003, a French deep-sea explorer, Lucien Dumas, led an independent expedition toward the coordinates of HTV 115, unaware of the military history. He was searching for unknown hydrothermal activity in uncharted zones. His vessel, the Calypso Mariner, recorded audio disturbances as they neared the trench. They dropped a titanium-plated probe with reinforced cables nearly 12 kilometers long. At 10,400 meters, the cable trembled, not from ocean currents, but from something else. A vibration. As if something massive was breathing below. The probe captured footage of the trench mouth. What it revealed was impossible to explain. The trench opened not into a rocky abyss, but into a void, an area of complete blackness, unlit even by floodlights, as if the light itself was being absorbed. The walls of the trench had strange vertical patterns, symmetrical ridges, almost rib-like, too regular to be random sediment collapse. Dumas described it as descending into the throat of a sleeping colossus. Then, without warning, the probe's camera turned upward on its own. There was nothing above it, no creature, no motion, but the footage angle changed. And the last frame before static showed a single blinding flash of red light reflecting off the trench wall. A soft glow that lasted half a second, and then vanished forever. The probe cable snapped, the feed died, and the water around the vessel began to hum. Not audibly, but with vibration. It lasted 3 minutes. Dumas survived. But his crew reported that after returning, he never again entered the ocean. He gave one final interview before disappearing from public life, where he simply said, "It's not that the trench is deep, it's that it leads somewhere." Since then, the HTV 115 coordinates have been blacklisted from nearly all official international seafaring routes. Sonar mapping services show the region as flat seafloor, falsified in the digital data. The only hint that remains is a 2008 report from a deep-sea data firm analyzing microcurrent drifts across the Pacific. They found a curious anomaly, deep oscillating swells that could not be traced to wind or tide. Every 6 months, without fail, the trench emits a wave of slow-moving current unlike anything else in the ocean. It travels for hundreds of kilometers, changing direction slightly each time, almost like a pulse or a signal. One that's not aimed at us, but towards something else. And if this trench is not a dead end, but a mouth, then the real terror may not be what lies sleeping inside it, but what it's been whispering to, for all this time. Part 21. The station beneath the ice shelf. There is a place where the sea meets the ice, not in violent waves or crashing glaciers, but in stillness, a stillness so absolute that the air hums with pressure. Along the frozen frontier of Antarctica's Weddell Sea, beyond where most research vessels dare to drift, rests a long-forgotten outpost that never officially existed. The world above may know it only through whispers in declassified logs and garbled entries in Arctic naval reports. But beneath the icy lid of the Filter-Neron shelf lies a submerged station so secret, so unnatural in its construction, that many who've heard of it wonder if it was ever human to begin with. It began in 1986, under the codename Project Helix, an Anglo-American collaboration cloaked as seismic monitoring. Satellites had picked up thermal disturbances under the eastern ice sheet, regular, pulsing heat signatures that suggested movement below solid rock. To the public, these anomalies were dismissed as volcanic activity, but internal memos told a different story. The patterns of these heat signatures weren't explosive or random. They moved along curved paths, resurfacing in a 12-day cycle, as if tracing some hidden corridor beneath the ice shelf. A covert ice station, codenamed Fathom Grey, was constructed on a floating barge above the anomaly. But the real heart of the operation wasn't on the ice. It was 1,300 meters below, under the glacial shelf, where engineers drilled through the ice and ocean to reach what they believed to be a subglacial cavern. When the borehole broke through, they expected to find compressed water, maybe a trapped bubble of air. Instead, the drill collapsed into empty space, a void. Using a remote vehicle designed for under-ice navigation, they lowered Abyssal Unit 3 into the shaft. As the ROV descended, it entered a chamber unlike anything seen in glacial geology. The ceiling was arched. The walls reflected light strangely, like obsidian fused with salt, but it wasn't natural. The camera feed, grainy from interference, showed carvings, patterns etched into the smooth rock. Not erosion, not fracture lines, but deliberate markings, spirals, concentric circles, inverted triangles with lines extending like roots. The water inside the chamber was warmer than it should have been, over 4 degrees Celsius, despite no volcanic activity in the area. And suspended within that warm darkness were objects, pillars too even to be stalagmites. A lattice suspended from the ceiling, held not by gravity, but by tension, thin as coral branches, yet unmoving even when disturbed by the ROV's wake. But the most haunting discovery came from the hydrophones. 6 hours into the descent, Abyssal Unit 3 picked up a tone, a constant, unbroken frequency, just above 18 Hz, barely audible to human ears, but enough to vibrate the bones of the few engineers monitoring the feed. Some described headaches, some grew nauseous, but all of them noted the same thing. It wasn't just a tone, it changed, subtly, like an engine slowing, then reversing, as if the chamber had noticed them and adjusted. They tried to recover the drone, but the cable went slack. The next day, the heat anomaly vanished. Weeks later, a second probe was deployed. It found nothing. The chamber was gone. No cavity, no carvings, no trace of the previous descent. As if the Earth had healed, or been sealed. Project Helix was buried, but not before 2 surviving researchers, engineer Randall Hayes and physicist Leona Breyer, leaked fragments of the logs to private scientific circles. In one document, Leona described the chamber as an inverted observatory, designed not to view the stars but something else, something beneath. She speculated the markings on the wall were not language, but math. A waveform code potentially describing pressure harmonics, like a key that unlocked whatever had been asleep in the water. Randall's final report was more poetic. He wrote, "The station is gone, not destroyed, folded. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment it was there, humming with tension. The next, our screens turned black, and all that remained was stillness. But sometimes, when the wind is low, the ice groans in a pattern. A long, slow curve, not random, not tectonic, like something massive is circling underneath." In the years since, satellite surveys have shown subtle changes in the ice topography, curved trenches, deep under the surface, moving westward over time. Glacial drift, say the official reports, but the curvature of the paths, too smooth, too concentric, resembles tracks, as if something beneath is swimming in loops, not rising, not surfacing, but orbiting. Some believe that Fathom Gray uncovered the remains of a civilization far older than humanity. Others believe it tapped into something still alive, still dreaming under that dome of pressure and time. The station may be gone, but its echo remains in the data logs, in the absence of light where there should be glare, and in the sound of the ice when it groans in the middle of the night. The Weddell Sea remains one of the least explored regions on Earth, and somewhere beneath it, the deep still remembers the touch of a visitor. Part 22, The Dead Reef of Sicilian Abyss. There is a stretch of ocean south of Crete, in a region known as the Sicilian Abyss, that appears unremarkable on modern nautical charts. A smooth blue expanse, deep but not the deepest, calm but not lifeless. For centuries, sailors crossed its waters without incident, until the summer of 1999, when a private research expedition funded by an Italian oceanography institute stumbled across something that would never be spoken of in their published work, something that altered the behavior of every researcher on board, leaving them either traumatized or terminally silent. The only trace that remains is a confidential transmission recovered from their radio logs, now declassified under Italian maritime authority. Abisso morto, struttura viva. Non siamo soli, dead abyss, living structure. We are not alone. The team led by marine biologist Dr. Luca Moretti had initially set out to document coral bleaching and deep-sea bioacoustics in lesser-studied Mediterranean basins. Their vessel, the Aqua Nera, was fitted with multi-beam sonar and a novel submersible system known as Miroscope, capable of filming in complete darkness, using infrared bioluminescence mapping. They expected to record decaying reefs or hydrothermal vents. What they found was unlike anything in known marine taxonomy. At a depth of 3,700 meters, the sonar returned an anomalous shelf structure, an abrupt elevation in the seafloor, elliptical in shape, with an unusually smooth upper surface. The elevation extended nearly 2 kilometers in length and stood about 50 meters above the surrounding abyss. They named it Formation Azura for its bluish echo signature on sonar. But what intrigued them was its temperature. The formation was warmer than its environment by nearly 8 degrees Celsius. No vents, no magma, just heat, seeping up like breath through stone. They lowered the miroscope. The footage that returned was silent at first. A slow descent into ink-dark water. Then shapes began to emerge. Not jagged rocks or coral, but latticework. Rows and rows of geometric protrusions lining the formation like ribs, too regular to be natural. Then came the color. Not the sickly white of dead reef, but a deep iridescent black. A matte texture that seemed to absorb light entirely, even infrared. The structure, if it was a structure, pulsed gently. At first thought to be current distortion, the pulse was later verified to be an actual rhythmic expansion, breathing. Closer inspection showed that the surface was covered in nodules resembling polyps, but no polyp colony had ever behaved this way. These nodules would open and close in a sequence, one after another, in what appeared to be a cascading pattern down the length of the formation, not random, coordinated, as if passing a signal. The bioluminescent sensors flared. A massive wave of blue light traveled across the reef's surface like a neural impulse right as the submersible drew near. Then came the interference. Audio logs captured a deep, reverberating hum, not mechanical, but organic, not vocal, but felt. Crew on board reported pressure headaches. Dr. Moretti had a nosebleed. 2 assistants vomited. The vessel's compass spun slowly, not in chaotic motion, but in a measured spiral. A field seemed to envelop them, and then the miroscope feed cut out. They hauled it back. When the submersible surfaced, it was intact, but its outer plating was scarred. Thin, whip-like etchings spiraled across its hull, as if it had been dragged through narrow tunnels or scraped by hundreds of thin, flexible blades. No life forms were recorded in the logs, but one file, previously thought to be corrupted, was later partially recovered. It showed an image, a single frame, a massive eye, not round like a fish, but vertically elongated. No eyelid, no iris, just a slitted black pupil, almost reptilian, embedded not in a creature, but in the reef itself. An eye fused into the structure, watching. The footage ends in static. Following the incident, Dr. Moretti cancelled the remainder of the expedition. He submitted a falsified report, citing equipment malfunction and crew sickness due to bad refrigeration. But 2 months later, he disappeared during a solo dive off the coast of Sicily. His body was never recovered. In a journal found in his study, there was a final entry. "I have dreamed it every night. Not the reef, but the eye. It doesn't see me, it sees through me. And worse, something else has been looking with it. We are not the first to disturb it, and we won't be the last." In the years since, there have been no official returns to the site of Formation Azura. Satellite surveys mysteriously omit the coordinates. Italian authorities refuse to comment, but local fishermen have begun avoiding that stretch of sea. They call it Il Mare Silente, the silent sea. Nets lower into those waters come back clean. No fish, no jelly, no plankton, just the eerie feeling that the ocean is holding its breath. One unconfirmed report from 2008 claimed that a group of oil prospectors used deep penetrating sonar in the region and received a bizarre return signal, a near-perfect mirror image of their own scan, as if the seafloor had looked back. What is the dead reef? Is it a creature, a city, a remnant of something no longer alive, or something waiting to be born? If it is watching us, how long has it been doing so? And if the reef is breathing, what does it dream? We may never know. But somewhere in the black stillness of the Sicilian abyss, beneath the weight of history and the hush of the sea, lies a living monument to something forgotten by time, something too vast, too patient, and too alien to comprehend. And it waits. Part 23. The lights that sink. In the southern Philippine Sea, past the Marianas Trench, and beyond the mapped borders of even the most comprehensive naval charts, there is a stretch of ocean where ships refuse to linger. The waters are not turbulent, nor are they haunted by storms. But those who have drifted too close speak of lights, impossible, silent lights that appear far beneath the waves, moving slowly and deliberately, like lanterns being carried through a cathedral of black water. The locals in the nearby island regions have a name for this place: Silong Ning Liwanag, the basement of the lights. But in the logbooks of covert American submariners from the Cold War era, the name is more clinical: Sector X-470, status: hostile non-responsive depth field. The phenomenon was first documented in detail during a joint US-Japanese deep-sea sonar mapping project in 1963. The mission, codenamed Operation Glass Echo, was tasked with measuring tectonic plate behavior by sending low-frequency pulses deep into the ocean floor. Everything went smoothly until their sonar array crossed into Sector X-470. Suddenly, instead of returning clean topographic data, their equipment began to fail. The seafloor showed signs of extreme distortion, far beyond what could be explained by subduction zones or sediment collapse. The maps generated were not just inaccurate, they were impossible. Entire ridges appeared and disappeared within seconds. Circular depressions collapsed into themselves in real time. And most disturbingly, the audio returned from the sonar pings was layered with faint echoes, rhythmic, musical even, unlike any geological structure they had ever encountered. So they sent a camera. The descent of the Therma 7 probe was slow, cautious. At around 6,200 meters, the light began to change. Not fade, change. What had been a soft bluish hue from the probe's illumination took on a strange reddish tint, as if the ocean itself were bleeding light upward. That's when the lights first appeared. Small at first, dim, like fireflies rising from the trench floor. But unlike bioluminescence, they were steady, unblinking. And worst of all, they moved in formation. 3 clusters at first, then 5, then an entire arc of light, bending upward like the interior of a massive structure. No creature was visible, no coral, no particles or gas, just light, geometric, intelligent, like windows in an invisible city rising from the dark. The camera feed cut out without warning. When the probe was hauled back, the pressure hull had partially caved, even though it never passed its maximum depth rating. Analysis showed no signs of impact or mechanical failure, just external compression, as if the water had thickened around it like gel, forcing the metal inward in a slow, uniform crush. Project Glass Echo was quietly shut down, but naval presence in the area intensified. In the following decade, several submarines operating in the region began reporting false positives on their radar, contact shadows beneath them that would vanish upon closer inspection, or trails of heat far below thermocline levels. One particularly unsettling report came from the USS Eridanos in 1972. The sub had been patrolling the area as part of an anti-submarine warfare exercise. At 4:02 a.m., their instruments picked up something enormous beneath them, nearly 800 meters long, moving at a crawl. Thinking it was a Soviet vessel, they prepared to engage. But the object made no response, no sound, no turbulence, just movement. When they shined their spotlight downward, what they saw was not a hull or structure, but a reflection. The sea beneath them reflected the spotlight perfectly, as if a mirror had formed in the abyss. Then, one by one, the lights returned. Dozens, hundreds, curving around the shape, orbiting, illuminating nothing, but visible nonetheless. They moved as if responding to attention, reacting to the light, and then within 30 seconds they sank again. No turbulence, no trace. 3 crew members refused to sleep for days afterward. One reportedly had a complete mental collapse and was discharged under psychiatric review. He kept repeating one phrase: according to medical records, the lights don't come up, they pull you down. By the 1980s, a policy of passive observation only was enforced around Sector X-470. No more probes, no more active sonar. The area was deemed a non-navigable risk zone, and yet in 1999, a commercial cargo vessel, Leviathan Horizon, disappeared en route from Guam to Papua. No distress signal, no debris. its last known location, Sector X-470. But 3 days later, something surfaced. Not the ship, not a raft, but a lifeboat, intact, empty and ice cold, as if pulled from a freezer. The strange thing was its condition. Though no humans were aboard, the inside had deep circular burn marks in the fabric of the seats, and a faint pulsating scent, described by investigators as ozone and old blood. The most chilling find, however, came from the emergency radio. The last transmission recorded, "We saw the stars beneath us. We saw them opening." Since then, independent divers and deep-sea enthusiasts have attempted to explore the area using unmanned drones. None have returned viable footage. The few frames that do leak online are usually grainy, distorted, but always the same. Lights in the dark, moving with impossible synchronicity, spiraling, looping, waiting. So what are they? Some believe the lights are a form of intelligent life, perhaps non-corporeal, or anchored to a structure deeper than we've ever dared reach. Others argue they're not alive at all, but a byproduct of some vast machine buried in the crust, something not built by us, or perhaps not built for us. There are even those who whisper about the mirrored trench, a rumored feature of the ocean that behaves more like a sensor than a landscape. That we are not observing the lights, but that they are observing us, through apertures that open only when we are quiet enough to be noticed. Whatever the truth may be, the lights that sink continue to drift in the black, silent, watching, and the sea around them remains unnaturally calm, as if protecting a truth so ancient, so alien, that it lies not just beneath the waves, but beneath the very idea of what the ocean is. It is no longer a place, it is a question. Part 24. The archive beneath the Gaia, far off the coast of Easter Island, where the currents of the South Pacific twist into sluggish spirals, lies one of the ocean's most unsettling voids, a region where water moves in slow circles for months or even years, drawing in debris, carcasses, and forgotten remnants of human activity. This is the South Pacific Gaia, a place so remote and nutrient-poor that it's often called a biological desert. No whales sing here. No storms rage. It is not hostile like the Arctic, nor violent like the Southern Ocean. It is instead profoundly still, a stillness so absolute that sailors have reported nausea, disorientation, and hallucinations after drifting through it for too long. But beneath that still surface, just beyond the reach of oceanic satellites and human eyes, is something else. A structure, or perhaps a presence, known by deep-sea cartographers and covert marine researchers as the archive. The archive wasn't discovered through a dramatic sonar ping or a breathtaking dive. It was found in part by accident, and in part by desperation. In 1989, an unmanned deep-sea platform belonging to the French Sea Nexo Institute malfunctioned during a routine maintenance check and drifted off course. Weeks later, the signal reappeared, almost 800 kilometers south of its original path. The signal itself was erratic, but contained compressed telemetry packets. When decoded, those packets revealed a series of measurements: temperature, salinity, pressure, all normal, except for one value: the acoustic resonance. For reasons no one could explain, the sonar pings recorded at the new location were reflecting off something massive and flat. Not rock, not sediment, something smooth, unbroken, and thousands of meters wide. At first, the team assumed it was a false positive, but then a single audio clip attached to the file caught their attention. Not a ping, not an echo, but a tone. A pure low-frequency hum that rose and fell in perfect intervals. The researchers named it the pulse. They returned a year later with better equipment, slipping through international radar zones using a repurposed deep-sea mining vessel under the guise of a geological study. What they found, according to the recovered transcripts, shook the team into silence. At 6,300 meters beneath the Gaia, the seafloor ceased behaving like seafloor. Instead of rough, fractured topography, the sonar mapped a perfect circle over 2 kilometers wide, engraved into the earth. The outer edge was slightly raised, like the lip of a drain, and at its center, embedded in a bowl-shaped depression, was something even stranger: a grid of rectangular impressions, all perfectly aligned, each one approximately 3 meters by 5 meters, spaced apart with surgical precision. Hundreds of them, like drawers or vaults. They deployed an ROV. The video footage was archived and years later, leaked onto obscure corners of the internet. Most who've seen it think it's a hoax. But among those in the scientific underworld, marine researchers who believe the ocean hides more than biology, the footage is infamous. It shows the ROV descending into the trench, illuminating that vast patterned floor with its cold beams. And then the lights catch something unexpected: movement. One of the rectangles was open, not recently. There were signs of erosion, growth, the slow creep of benthic lifeforms, but the rectangular hollow was clear, deep, and within it, nestled in sediment and partially obscured by marine snow, was a structure that resembled a fossilized spine. Massive, segmented, metallic. The ROV zoomed in. As it drew closer, the lights flickered, not from electrical failure, but from interference. Each time the camera passed over a section of the grid, the feed developed strange distortions, almost like static, but more rhythmic, patterned. It was as if the camera were passing through invisible barriers, or triggering dormant sensors. Then something responded. From the open chamber came a pulse, identical in frequency to the tone recorded a year before. It vibrated through the water like a heartbeat, and slowly the sediment around the chamber began to shift, not from turbulence, but from something deeper, a rising, a pressure. The ROV was recalled immediately. As the winch reeled it back to the surface, the pulse continued, growing fainter with each meter of ascent. Back at sea level, the crew was silent. Some cried. One refused to return to shore, and was dropped off at a Pacific outpost, where he reportedly abandoned science and converted to a fringe Christian sect focused on the memory of Leviathan. Official reports state the mission was inconclusive, but years later, new evidence emerged. During deep-sea cleanup efforts following the Fukushima disaster in 2011, a Japanese research team accidentally entered the southern edge of the South Pacific Gyre and reported something bizarre. Their instruments picked up recorded sounds, not real-time acoustics, but pre-existing waves stored in the ocean layers, like magnetic tape. When decoded, the recordings were identical to the pulse, but layered beneath it was a voice, indistinct, reverberating, repeating a sequence of tones that resembled language, but no one has been able to translate them. The name archive comes from a theory proposed by a cryptolinguist working for an unnamed intelligence agency. His belief that the trench beneath the gyre is not a structure, but a vault, not of gold, not of tools, but of information, records, proof, a data field older than human memory, encoded in frequency and embedded in metal organic frames left by a civilization long extinct, or perhaps still dormant. He believed the pulse was a query, a question posed by a system waiting for a response. So what would it mean if we answered? Would the drawers open? Would the ocean remember what it buried? Some argue it's not our place to know, that we've only survived this long because the archive forgot us. But others insist we are meant to find it, that the ocean's silence has never been stillness, it has always been waiting. And so the circle lies undisturbed, spinning beneath the gyre, each drawer closed, each tone suspended in the water like a held breath, and above it the stillest sea in the world, smooth as glass, watching, always watching.
Part 25. The Vault Beneath Bouvet Island. There is perhaps no place on Earth more isolated than Bouvet Island, a small volcanic landmass lost in the South Atlantic Ocean. It sits thousands of kilometers from the nearest inhabited location, far from any trade route, radar sweep, or rescue range. It's unclaimed, frozen, battered by endless storms, and technically belongs to Norway, though no one lives there. Just rock, ice, and the whispering winds of the southern latitudes. And yet in 1964, the British Royal Navy photographed something that was not supposed to be there. A lifeboat. The boat had no name, no flag, no identifying marks. It was discovered half buried in snow along the island's eastern shore, upright, pristine, and clearly recent. Inside were oars, a barrel of fresh water, a small crate of survival rations, and a radio. No signs of distress, no footprints, no bodies, no indication of how it had arrived in one of the most inaccessible regions on the planet. The report was logged, but no follow-up expedition was ever sent. Official records list the case as anomalous maritime debris, but within a few years, rumors began to circulate. The equipment found in the lifeboat had been traced to a German manufacturing batch produced after World War II, but before 1959, none of the maritime incidents from that era mentioned Bouvet. None of them were missing that type of boat. The case would have faded into obscurity, if not for what came next. In 1979, a multinational expedition led by Norwegian scientists set up a temporary automated weather station on Bouvet Island. The installation, named Vela 5B, functioned without issue for several months, until it abruptly ceased transmission in late December. No weather event was reported. The equipment simply stopped responding. Months later, when a new crew arrived to investigate, they found the station partially dismantled, gutted, wires torn out, antenna severed, but there were no footprints in the snow, no signs of animal interference, just a note, typed on a piece of paper and sealed in a plastic bag, pinned beneath a heavy rock beside the structure. The note was short. It read, "If you're reading this, do not return. It remembers." No one ever publicly claimed responsibility for the note. The Norwegian authorities dismissed it as a prank. The station was not rebuilt. Then in 1997, the United States Navy recorded what is now one of the most powerful underwater acoustic events ever detected, a sound known as the bloop, captured by hydrophones thousands of miles apart. It originated from somewhere west of Bouvet Island. The sound resembled biological origins, but its amplitude was off the charts. It would have required an animal larger than a blue whale, by a factor of 10. NOAA scientists offered a theory of glacial calving, ice breaking off under the sea, but those who had worked the hydrophones disagreed. It wasn't ice, it had rhythm. A year later, a private deep-sea research company funded a mission to the Bouvet seafloor, using a repurposed oil drilling ROV. Their mission was mineralogical, at least officially, but what they found was something else entirely. Beneath the island, at a depth of 3,800 meters, the ROV's sonar encountered a sheer vertical wall, covered in sediment and microbial colonies. It looked artificial, not hewn by man, but not carved by nature either. Flat, impossibly flat. As the ROV descended along the structure, it reached what looked like a seam, a line, running horizontally across the formation. The operator thought it was a tectonic boundary, but then the seam opened. The video cuts out for 8 full seconds, lost to magnetic interference. When it resumes, the ROV is facing an interior cavity, a massive, perfectly geometric tunnel, stretching into darkness. On the walls were markings, straight lines intersecting at precise angles, glowing faintly in the ROV's floodlights. There was no visible power source. The inside was dry and silent. They sent the ROV forward. 2 minutes in, the feed became increasingly erratic. Audio picked up a low hum, modulating slowly, like breathing, then a flicker, just one frame. But in that frame they captured something at the edge of the tunnel. A shape, tall, slightly curved, too symmetrical to be rock, too smooth to be bone. The operator called it a sarcophagus. They reversed immediately. The footage was confiscated upon the vessel's return. The company folded months later, citing irreparable equipment loss. But word spread among the deep-sea community. Some called it the vault, a tomb left behind by something that predates human memory. Others insisted it was a weapon, buried during a time before civilization, before even history, sealed by tectonics and pressure, and now waking. What's most chilling is what followed. In 2001, another sound was recorded. It wasn't the bloop, it was smaller, quieter, but identical in tone, an echo, as though something had heard the original call and responded. Since then, there have been no more official missions to Bouvet. Satellite imagery is routinely obstructed by cloud cover. Naval traffic avoids the area. It's as if the ocean itself is helping hide whatever lies beneath. And yet, every few years, a new rumor surfaces. A buoy goes missing. A drone loses connection. A research vessel's instruments fail for no reason, just west of the island. And in the background, always just beneath the threshold of certainty, a low hum, waiting, remembering. Part 26. The Abyss of Point Nemo. There is a place in the Pacific Ocean so remote, so staggeringly distant from human life, that it has been named Point Nemo, Latin for no one. Officially, it's known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, located nearly 2,700 kilometers from the nearest land in every direction.
8.
It's closer to the International Space Station, circling far above, than it is to any shore on Earth. No permanent structure exists there, no islands, no reefs, just an endless circling sea. If you were to drift into its center, the silence would be total. No birds, no planes, no sails on the horizon, just you and the deep. Because of this isolation, Point Nemo has become a dumping ground of sorts. Over the decades, agencies like NASA and Roscosmos have used it as a spacecraft graveyard. Defunct satellites and modules are deorbited into the area to crash safely into the sea, far from civilization. More than 260 spacecraft have met their end here, including entire space stations. The ocean floor is littered with scorched titanium, shattered alloys, and forgotten experiments, an alien scrapyard resting in complete darkness. But not all wreckage stays dead. In 2015, a privately funded expedition known as Project Hadal was granted a deep-sea permit to explore the seafloor near Point Nemo. Their intention was to retrieve and analyze metallic debris, hoping to develop corrosion-resistant materials based on how satellite wrecks had aged under immense pressure. What they found was not what they expected. At a depth of 3,900 meters, their submersible sensors picked up a signal, not mechanical, not natural. A beacon, pulsing once every 41 seconds, it broadcasted in the VLF band, very low frequency, often used for submarine communication, due to its deep water penetration. The problem: the signal's signature didn't match any known transmission protocol. It was too precise, too consistent, and most disturbingly, too strong to be from a passive satellite wreck. Assuming it was an old naval device, the team descended. The source of the transmission led them to a trench, a narrow crack in the ocean floor, just wide enough for their drone to slip through. As it dropped into the dark, the signal grew louder, more refined, modulated with harmonics that resembled structured data, not language, but not noise either. They dubbed the area the Abyssal Whisper. 3 hours into the descent, the drone encountered what appeared to be a structure, hexagonal, metallic, embedded into the wall of the trench. It wasn't broken. It wasn't old, it was humming. A door of sorts framed in blackened metal unfamiliar to any known alloy. The sub's magnetometers spiked. Light-sensitive cameras caught flashes of movement across the hull, like veins illuminated by passing current. A field, invisible yet powerful, distorted the water around the structure, bending sonar and corrupting the feed intermittently. As they circled the object, the beacon shifted. Instead of 41-second pulses, it began to transmit continuously. The frequency deepened, slowed, and then from somewhere beyond the trench, an answering signal, not from the object, but from deeper still. Something heard the first beacon, and it replied. E-team froze. Seconds later, the trench shifted. E-tremor, not seismic, but biological. The drone's accelerometers picked up pressure waves, not from tectonic movement, but from something massive displacing water. A shadow, 50 meters long at least, moved across the edge of the camera's view, smooth, purposeful, with a slow undulation that did not match any known marine species. The feed cut. By the time they retrieved the drone, its outer casing was scorched, not by heat, but by compression. The hull showed patterns of micro-fractures spiraling inward, like it had been twisted from the inside out by pressure pockets of impossible precision. They abandoned the trench. Back on the surface, analysis of the beacon revealed a disturbing truth. The signal wasn't just active, it was increasing in range. Every 12 hours, its reach extended by 0.3%, as if calibrating itself to something. Some theorized it was reaching out, searching for a match. Others feared it was a countdown. Within 6 weeks, the signal vanished. Just gone. The trench no longer pulsed. The beacon no longer answered, but something had changed. Deep-sea listening stations in the Pacific began picking up anomalies in background noise, unusual harmonics, subtle shifts in ambient frequencies, as if the ocean itself had become a conduit. Biological surveys near Point Nemo reported the absence of regular species. Fish migration routes bent inexplicably away from the zone. Whales stopped singing in the area. Water, it seemed, had gone silent. And then came the dreams. 3 members of the Hadal project independently reported the same recurring vision. A tall silver spire, rising from a black ocean beneath a skyless void. Each dream ended the same way. At the base of the spire, beneath layers of alien markings, a shape would emerge. A humanoid figure with no eyes, no mouth, just smooth, endless flesh, glowing faintly with pulsing lines, and a voice not spoken, but felt, would whisper the same thing. "He came back too soon." Since then, no missions have been approved for the Point Nemo trench. Unofficial expeditions disappear without a trace. Some say the beacon was never from us, that it was left there long ago by something not human, as a signal to stay away. Others believe it wasn't a warning at all, but an invitation, and someone finally answered. Whatever the truth may be, Point Nemo remains the quietest place on, not because of its distance from humanity, but because something waits beneath it, and that something no longer sleeps.
Part 27. The Orpheus Outpost Incident. Drifting near the edge of the Puerto Rico Trench lies a location long erased from public maps and digital archives, a point once used by Cold War-era naval operations for deep-sea experimentation. It was known internally as Outpost Orpheus. To the outside world, it never existed. Even among military records, its mention appears only in fragments, buried under the pretext of classified sonar calibration projects or oceanic weather monitoring. But among former intelligence operatives and a select few oceanographers, there is a legend, a whispered recollection of what happened during the final descent of the Orpheus crew in 1979, when something beneath the trench answered back. The Puerto Rico Trench is the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, plunging over 8,000 meters into darkness. It's a scar on the seafloor, running alongside a tectonic fault that, despite its relatively quiet reputation, has long been known to produce strange anomalies. Pressure readings fluctuate unpredictably. Sonar pings bounce back distorted, as if the trench itself shifts while being observed. It was here, precisely at coordinates 1975° N, 66, 3° W, that a research and surveillance station was built, anchored by chains and gyroscopic stabilizers to hover 100 meters above the ocean floor. The station was fully autonomous, but its core module, Orpheus 9, was manned for a 2-week rotational mission by 3 researchers and 1 intelligence officer. Their names were never officially released, but declassified Soviet surveillance intercepts from 1983 reference code names Monarch, Velvet, Echo, and Bridge. The purpose of their mission was not biological, nor geological, it was acoustic. Something in the trench had begun emitting tonal bursts every 72 hours. The frequency was not high, but deep, subharmonic layers that trembled through steel and made analog instruments fail. On the 5th day, the team initiated what they called reverse triangulation. Instead of simply recording the tones, they tried to mimic them, replicating the intervals and modulating them through pressure-coded bursts emitted from a magnetic pulse array. For 11 minutes, they sent out their synthesized reply. Then they waited. 7 hours later, the first response came, not through the water, but through the station itself. The walls began to resonate, not audibly, but on a molecular level. Items in storage lockers vibrated in rhythm. Hairline fractures appeared in one of the acrylic viewports. The station's AI core, despite being hardened for pressure anomalies, reset itself multiple times, unable to maintain internal logic sequencing. Then came the blackout. Orpheus 9 lost all contact with its surface relay. Redundancy systems failed to trigger. The last transmitted message, sent manually via burst packet radio, was only 7 words long. It sees us through the metal. What followed is pieced together only through recovered fragments, salvage logs, corrupted hard drive sectors retrieved a year later by deep-sea drones, and the disjointed audio logs of a single crew member found drifting inside a pressurized life pod. He was alive, barely conscious, severely dehydrated, and suffering from acute nitrogen imbalance. The man assumed to be Monarch was rescued near the surface, over 300 kilometers from the outpost's last known location. He would never speak again, but his logs told the rest. According to Monarch's recordings, the trench had folded, not collapsed, folded. He described the station's sensors being overtaken by impossible readings, negative distances, pressure dips in zero-gravity fluid zones, and echoes that returned before being sent. Time itself, he said, became as fluid as the water outside. He spoke of seeing something beyond the viewport, a shape that never moved, but always changed. At first, it resembled a spiraled nautilus, then a hand, then an eye. He claimed the others began to behave strangely after the signal, speaking in unison, repeating phrases that didn't belong to any known language. One by one they walked to the airlock. None returned.
His final log was whispered in a language no linguist has fully deciphered, but in phonetic fragments, one repeated sentence emerges again and again. The song was not for us. When a later attempt was made to retrieve the station, nothing remained. The anchor cables had been severed, not broken, but cleanly sliced, as though by an impossibly fine instrument. The trench floor bore marks, circular, smooth depressions, as if something massive had rested there for a time, and then left. Acoustic monitoring of the trench continues to this day. Every 72 hours, the signal returns unchanged, unwavering, but no one replies anymore. The Orpheus incident was wiped from official records. To the world, it never occurred. But beneath the Atlantic, deep in the trench's darkness, something still waits. Something that heard a voice not meant to be heard, and answered with silence so vast, so absolute, that even time itself forgot the station's name. And yet, every few months, a new anomaly surfaces. Vessels reporting compass malfunctions, submersibles experiencing time distortion, and divers hearing songs in the blackness that no sonar can trace. The legend of Orpheus lives on, not in textbooks, but in the whispered memories of those who have ventured too deep. Part 28. The silent choir of the Hadal Rift, the Hadal Zone, is the final curtain of the ocean. Past 6,000 meters, sunlight is not just absent, it is forgotten. Pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. Life bends and contorts to survive in forms that defy surface logic. But some trenches, some reach deeper still. And within one of those fractures, unnamed on most maps, located near the Kermadec Trench northeast of New Zealand, there lies an anomaly so strange, so persistent, that those who have studied it gave it a name more fitting of legend than science. They call it the Silent Choir. The first hint came in 2003, during a joint New Zealand-Japanese expedition aimed at exploring deep-sea chemosynthetic ecosystems. Using a high-fidelity sonar array and deep-drifting hydrophones, they recorded ambient audio for over 40 days. Most of what they captured was expected: groaning tectonic plates, distant subaquatic rumbles, occasional bioacoustic clicks from unknown organisms. But on the 17th day, something appeared in the data, an extended harmonic pattern, low and layered, rising from 7,800 meters below. It began every day at 3:17 UTC. Without fail, 7 sustained tones, ranging from 28 to 43 Hz, each lasting precisely 19 seconds, with a 4-second pause in between. The sound was not natural, not geological. It had structure almost like a chant. The lead researcher, Dr. Aiko Tanaka, assumed interference, but the frequencies matched no known equipment, and more unnervingly, when the hydrophones were repositioned across multiple kilometers, the origin point never changed. It came from the same pocket within the trench, an unmapped cavity barely large enough to register, sitting at 10,100 meters. A descent was planned. The dive team used the Cocktail, an experimental pressure-resistant submersible built to exceed Challenger deep limits. On board were 2 oceanographers and 1 Navy technician. As the vessel sank into the dark, the water outside grew stiller, not calmer, but unnaturally so. Currents faded, particles no longer drifted. It was as if the ocean were holding its breath. At 9,300 meters, the onboard lights began to dim intermittently, despite full power. At 9,800, the internal thermometers began to register impossible readings: cold, then heat, then cold again. At 10,000 meters, the Cocktail reached the cavity rim, and then the voices began. The audio log captured what the surface team later reviewed in horrified silence: soft, overlapping vocalizations. They were human-like, breathy, harmonic, layered across 6 or 7 voices. The language was indistinct, vowel-heavy, not translatable, but every few minutes, one word could be clearly made out, repeated again and again: Amaranth. It meant nothing to the researchers, but to Tanaka, who grew up on Shikoku, the sound evoked an old children's lullaby her grandmother once sang, a tune about the spirits of the deep sea, who sang songs to the moon that no one could understand. The sub continued forward. The pilot aimed the external cameras into the cavity. What they saw was not a structure, not a creature, but something in between. Lining the walls were formations, fleshy, pale, with the texture of coral but pulsing like veins. Each one moved subtly, contracting and expanding in rhythm with the chant. Between them, something slithered, thin, translucent figures, moving just outside of light range, always at the edge of vision. No bones, no scales, just outlines, smooth and fluid, as if made of memory, rather than matter. Suddenly, one of the researchers began to sing, unprompted. His voice joined the sound. He sang in harmony, his words unintelligible, his expression blank. The technician reached for him, but the researcher jerked violently, eyes wide, mouth open in a perfect circle as blood poured from his ears. The feed cut for 23 seconds. When it resumed, the cabin was empty. Only the pilot remained, repeating a phrase in English. "I remember their names. I remember their names. I remember their names." He repeated it for 12 straight hours. The cocktail was recovered by an emergency buoy system. The pilot was unconscious, dehydrated, and had suffered severe inner ear trauma. He never regained his memory of the dive. The 2 other crew members were never found. There were no signs of decompression failure, no signs of aggression. The doors had remained sealed. It was as if they had dissolved. The sonar array was pulled, and the trench was blacklisted from further descent attempts. Yet even now, research vessels report strange anomalies when near the site. Compass drift, signal bleed, and most strangely, audio interference, low, harmonic, and persistent. Whenever the hydrophones are lowered near that zone at 3:17 UTC, the sound begins again, 7 tones, always the same. A few fringe researchers believe the trench houses an organic intelligence, a species or structure that communicates through harmonic resonance, mimicking human voices to establish neural contact. Others believe it's a memory trap, a sort of echoing graveyard of forgotten sailors, preserved in some other state of being. But one theory is more disturbing than the rest. According to one classified NATO document, a deep learning algorithm trained to translate the silent choir's tone variations returned a result after 3,000 hours of analysis. The translated line, shown only once in the report, read, "We sing so the surface will forget us." To this day, no one knows who Amaranth is. Some believe it is a name, others, a place, perhaps a warning, perhaps a lullaby. But the song continues, buried in the deepest folds of the sea, and the ocean listens. Part 29. The Bloodstone Walls of Ishtar Abyss. In the southern curve of the Philippine Trench, far beneath the tectonic violence of the Pacific Ring of Fire, there exists a canyon so rarely spoken of that it doesn't appear on civilian nautical charts. Military archives refer to it only by codename Ishtar Abyss, spanning 18 kilometers in length and descending nearly 10,900 meters at its deepest cut. This trench is notable not for its depth, but for what lines its walls. Discovered during a 1998 classified US Navy sonar scan aimed at monitoring seismic threats in the region, the Ishtar Abyss revealed something geologically unprecedented. Instead of typical basalt and sediment formations, the sonar reflected highly irregular vertical spires extending from the canyon walls, hundreds of them, perfectly spaced, descending like teeth into the Earth's crust. They were not shaped by erosion. They were not volcanic intrusions. They were composed of hematite and a rare iron silicate compound with crystalline veins, deep crimson in color, denser than granite, and more reflective than obsidian. To observers watching on the mapping deck, it looked as though the trench had been carved open by a god with a red blade. A covert expedition was immediately launched. Using the submersible Caspian Delta, a small crew of 5 scientists and 1 Navy officer descended into the abyss under strict orders not to publicly disclose the location or its findings. The dive, recorded only on internal black box logs, was uneventful until the 9,500-meter mark. That's when the trench narrowed and the spires began to glow. Not light in the traditional sense. There was no illumination. Rather, it was as if the spires rejected the darkness around them. They pulsed faintly, rhythmically, reflecting light that wasn't there. The interior cameras began to stutter. Biological readings from the water became erratic, indicating microorganisms with thermal signatures inconsistent with any known life forms, creatures cold to the touch, yet metabolically active, as if drawing energy from another source. And then they reached the bottom. What they saw remains sealed in a series of encrypted files, buried deep within the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA archives. But a whistleblower account, anonymously leaked to a disinformation forum in 2014, gave us a chilling glimpse into what happened inside the trench. The bottom of the Ishtar Abyss was not flat, it was not rocky, It was smooth, too smooth, as if something immense had pressed into it with impossible precision. The surface reflected light irregularly, like dark oil on metal. Across the plain were scattered symbols, massive geometric carvings etched into the seabed. They formed circles within circles, interlocking triangles, and something resembling an open eye. None of it matched any tectonic explanation. The crew deployed a drone named Thorn to explore the glyphs. As it hovered above one of the largest spiral carvings, its sensors began to pick up acoustic pressure, waves of sound far beneath the range of human hearing. The signal wasn't random. It followed mathematical progression, Fibonacci ratios, golden angles, harmonic resonance. One of the scientists, Dr. Ren Halberg, noticed something alarming. The patterns matched a set of ancient Sumerian glyphs discovered near the Euphrates River in 1936, symbols associated with the cult of Inanna Ishtar, the goddess of love, war, and the underworld. The carvings underwater weren't just decoration, they were inscriptions, warnings. Halberg noted in her log, "The trench isn't a natural formation, it's a vault, not to store something, to bury it." Moments later, the Caspian Delta began to shake, not from seismic activity, but from a sudden change in water density. It was as if the sea itself were being displaced. External lights showed distortion in the distance, ripples, not just in water, but in space. Reality shimmered, and out of the glyphs, something emerged. Not a creature, not a machine, a structure. It rose slowly, as if unfolding, unfurling, awakening, like the petals of a black flower made of metal and shadow. Inside, lights pulsed blood red, like veins carrying memory. The Thorn drone was drawn toward it, pulled by magnetic interference. It collided with the base and disintegrated on contact, not shattered, but unraveled, as if pulled apart at the molecular level. The Caspian Delta attempted emergency ascent. Pressure controls were stable, but something was changing in the crew. Halberg stopped speaking. She stared forward, eyes wide, mouthing words silently. The Navy officer screamed, not from fear, but in worship. He claimed to see the truth of the eye, repeated again and again in madness. A third crew member collapsed, his heartbeat accelerating to 280 BPM before stopping entirely. They never made it back. A second drone recovered the wreck. Weeks later, it found the Delta intact, drifting, no breach in hull integrity, but the inside was empty. All seats were undisturbed, safety belts still fastened, oxygen levels full, no signs of decompression, no blood, no bodies. As if the crew had dissolved into the water. On the data recorder, the last sentence heard was Halberg's voice, no longer whispering but speaking in a calm foreign tongue. One linguist would later trace to Akkadian. "The gate is a mirror, and we are its reflection." After that, all records of Ishtar Abyss vanished. The coordinates were wiped. Vessels entering that zone report nothing unusual. Civilian sonar shows only a blank depression in the ocean floor, but a few unlisted probes still pick up strange sounds from that depth. Inconsistent, but repeating every 16 hours, there's a long, low moan of metal stretching. And in the silence that follows, 7 tones play in sequence, not like the silent choir. These tones don't sing, they count. Part 30, the phantom columns of Meten Tembris. There is a stretch of the Southern Ocean so isolated, so violently unpredictable, that mariners avoid it even when chasing the safety of open currents. Between the Antarctic Convergence and the remote Macquarie Ridge lies an expanse known only by its Latin name in old naval charts. Meten Tembris, the Sea of Darkness. The name, thought by many to be poetic hyperbole, turns out to be strangely literal. This section of ocean, over 200 kilometers wide, registers ambient light levels 12% lower than surrounding waters, even under clear skies. Not due to clouds, not due to storms, but because the sea itself absorbs more light than it should, as if the water here isn't water at all, but a shadow given form. In 1977, a French scientific vessel, La Fantôme Marine, was deployed to study these anomalies. It carried a team of physicists, marine biologists, and one geologist who specialized in underwater mineral formation. Their goal was simple: determine if chemical elements or unusual particulate concentrations were responsible for the Sea of Darkness. What they found buried that question, and many others forever. On the second day of sonar scanning, a strange geometric pattern was detected just beneath the ocean floor. Not a reef, not a wreck, something far more massive. A perfect hexagonal array of vertical columns, all evenly spaced, each rising 40 meters from the seabed, arranged like the support pillars of some forgotten temple. The structure extended for over 2.4 kilometers in a straight line, then curved at a flawless 60-degree angle, repeating again and again until a full circle was formed. It wasn't coral, it wasn't volcanic, it wasn't natural. The crew of Le Fantôme Marine dropped a remote submersible to get a closer look. The columns were made of a substance with density similar to titanium, but with no apparent metal trace. It was smooth, slightly warm to the touch, and emitted low-frequency vibrations detectable even through the water. When tapped, it echoed, not sharply like metal, but resonantly, like a deep drum surrounded by air. The strange part, that drumbeat wasn't uniform. It shifted, responded, sometimes syncopating with the submersible's lights as if reacting, as if listening. Then came the light storm. Without warning, a swirling vortex of bioluminescence erupted above the trench, an immense spiral of pale blue organisms, tens of thousands moving in perfect synchronicity, each only a centimeter long. They spun above the structure like a crown of stars, forming symbols, spirals, and constellations that matched ancient petroglyphs found in the Orkney Islands, nearly 20,000 kilometers away. The ship's lead biologist, Dr. Ejan Rousseau, recorded the display, noting that these were not ordinary life forms. Their metabolic rhythm, even their method of propulsion, defied current understanding. They appeared, pulsed in chorus, and vanished all at once, leaving behind only silence, and one more thing, a faint glow rising from the ocean floor. The glow emanated from the top of one of the central columns. A single groove had opened, like a lid sliding away, revealing something embedded within. It was a cube, precisely carved, made of some dark crystal, with etchings that resembled a mix of cuneiform and magnetic tape. The cube was lifted into the submersible, using a mechanical claw, and brought aboard Le Fantôme Marine for analysis. The moment it passed above deck, the ship's power systems flickered, GPS was lost, compass needles spun erratically, clocks desynchronized, and most chilling of all, the human crew reported auditory hallucinations, whispers, songs without language. The captain, a hardened veteran with 30 years of oceanic experience, collapsed in his cabin, clutching his ears, repeating only one phrase: "It never ended, it only sank." Within 6 hours, a medical emergency was declared. 3 crew members were found sleepwalking, eyes open, standing in the rain without responding to their names. One wrote a series of symbols on the ship's steel floor, with charcoal, matching, perfectly, the configuration of the pillars in the sea of darkness. The decision was made to return the cube to the sea. It was dropped back into the center of the circular trench, and the lid of the column, if that's what it was, closed on its own. The moment it sealed, the hallucinations stopped. The ship's instruments corrected themselves. The water's unusual density and light absorption properties began to fade. Dr. Rousseau's final report suggested the entire structure functioned like a resonant memory storage system, one that recorded not just light or heat, but consciousness. The cube may have been a seed, storing information in psychic wavelengths, and humans were never meant to interface with it. The French government classified the event and archived all findings. But in 1994, a diver operating near Point Nemo, Earth's oceanic pole of inaccessibility, claimed to have found another identical column. It was inactive, dark, and dormant, but it was there. What Le Fantôme Marine discovered may not have been an isolated construct. It may have been one node in a global array, scattered across the deepest places of the Earth, silently waiting, not to awaken, but to be remembered.
Part 31. The silent sirens of the Arctic Basin. Far above the familiar shipping lanes and warm equatorial currents lies a region few have seen and even fewer have studied. The Eurasian basin of the Arctic Ocean is a cold desert of ice and silence, stretching beneath the polar cap like a forgotten underworld. It's the quietest part of Earth's ocean floor, not just in terms of traffic or visibility, but in terms of sound itself. Sonar operators say that even the echoes here come back quieter than they should. It is as if sound itself is reluctant to exist in that realm. But in 2003,
During a NATO under-ice acoustic monitoring project, that silence was broken, and what emerged was not noise, but music. The team had deployed long-range hydrophones along the Gakkel Ridge, an underwater mountain chain deep within the Eurasian basin. The project officially was meant to monitor tectonic shifts and analyze the movement of deep-sea currents. Unofficially, some believe it was also testing classified sonar communication protocols. What the hydrophones captured was neither seismic nor mechanical. It was a pattern, a harmonic frequency repeating every 13 minutes, composed of tones far too ordered to be natural. At first, it was dismissed as feedback. Then the waveform analysis revealed something eerie. The tones were layered, a primary melody buried beneath secondary harmonic chords, with fluctuations that mimicked breath, pause, and repetition. Not just sound, song. The signal repeated for 6 days. At first soft, nearly inaudible, then slowly growing in clarity and intensity before fading again. The pitch and rhythm remained consistent. Every 13 minutes, always at the same depth, just above the ocean floor, 3,500 meters below the ice. And though it never rose in volume above the ambient currents, every listener who reviewed the recording reported the same feeling, an irrational sadness, like remembering a home you've never seen. When NATO linguistics analysts attempted to convert the signal into spectrographic notation, something odd occurred. The visual waveform resembled primitive musical scores, sheet music scratched into whalebone, like those found in Scandinavian archaeological digs. The melody aligned almost perfectly with a traditional lullaby known to Arctic cultures, an ancient tune sung by the Sami people called Luonnota's cradle. According to legend, Luonnota was a sea spirit who sang stars into the sky and wept the ocean into existence. Her cradle, the myth said, still rocks at the bottom of the sea. On the fourth night, the signal changed. The melody reversed. The structure of the song began to shift, its rhythm slowing into long haunting chords that bent upward at the end of each phrase, resembling a voice searching for something just beyond reach. As the signal decayed, strange biological readings began to appear on sonar. Long vertical streaks, slow-moving, with no clear origin. They weren't schools of fish, they weren't whales, and they certainly weren't submarines. Some of the streaks measured over 90 meters in length, rising from the ocean floor in gentle arcs before falling again. Marine biologist Dr. Elin Skar, part of the Norwegian research attachment to the mission, proposed a theory that was never accepted officially, but was recorded in her personal notes. She believed the signal wasn't just a byproduct of oceanic activity. She believed it was a lure, not to attract prey, but to mourn kin. A sonic ritual from a creature or group of creatures, long extinct or long hidden, still echoing across time. She called them the silent sirens. She hypothesized that the low-frequency tones acted as a kind of echolocation, not just to navigate, but to express grief. That some unknown species, possibly once widespread before the last glacial maximum, had evolved not only to emit complex tonal languages, but to retain them, passing songs from generation to generation not as instinct, but as memory. The team left the Arctic basin 6 days later. The signal was never heard again. The hydrophones were removed, and the data, over 40 terabytes, was stored in an unmarked research facility in Norway. When independent oceanographers later attempted to revisit the site, they found the coordinates had been scrubbed from public nautical maps. A thin veil of ice, secrecy, and shifting priorities erased the anomaly from record. But once, just once, music rose from the deepest cold. A song no human voice could sing, yet every human soul could feel. And now that song sleeps again, in the cradle of the deep, waiting perhaps for a listener who truly understands, or maybe simply waiting for silence to return. Part 32. The Forgotten Dome of Challenger Abyss. There are depths of the ocean so profound that they defy even the imagination of poets and the reach of modern machines. The Challenger Deep, buried within the Mariana Trench, is one such place, a wound in the planet's crust nearly 11 kilometers deep, darker than midnight, colder than death, and silent beyond reckoning. It is the deepest known point in Earth's oceans, a realm untouched by sunlight and shaped by pressures great enough to collapse submarines like paper. Most who study it see only geology, a terrifying sculpture carved by tectonic violence. But those who have dared descend further have reported something stranger, not just depth, but design. In 2016, a private expedition funded by an eccentric European billionaire, known only as EG, sent an advanced autonomous submersible called Thalassa into the trench. Unlike past missions, Thalassa was equipped with experimental pressure-tolerant AI systems and a high-fidelity LiDAR scanner. Its purpose not only to observe, but to map in detail the contours of the Challenger abyss. The data would be processed in real time by a floating AI server on the surface ship, translating terrain into visual holograms above deck. For the first 6 hours, Thalassa recorded what everyone expected: walls of basalt, crushed sediment layers, occasional bioluminescent flashes from unseen creatures. But as it crossed the 10-kilometer mark, something shifted. The walls narrowed, the sediment became unnaturally smooth, almost polished, and the ambient temperature, rather than decreasing, began to rise. By the time Thalassa reached 10,853 meters, the LiDAR readings displayed something no one had anticipated: a perfectly symmetrical hemisphere embedded in the seafloor. A dome, 50 meters in diameter, protruding from the mud, as if half buried by time itself. At first, the team believed it to be a sensor error. No natural formation could be that smooth, that geometric. But the AI confirmed it across 4 instruments. The dome's curvature was flawless. Its surface, though covered in a translucent mineral crust, reflected sonar differently than the surrounding rock, with internal echoes suggesting a hollow interior. And strangest of all, there were markings. Around the base of the dome, etched in a spiral pattern barely visible through silt and calcified residue, were symbols. Not scratches, not coral, symbols, consistent, evenly spaced, and repeating at precise intervals. When scanned, the AI registered them not as linguistic characters, but as waveform diagrams. They weren't written language, they were sound, encoded frequencies, buried in stone. As Thalassa moved closer, one of the submersible's arms extended, gently brushing against the dome. The moment contact was made, every system aboard the ship above glitched simultaneously. Lights dimmed, backup batteries surged. The AI stuttered and repeated a phrase in French: "Je me souviens." I remember. The voice did not match any recording. It had no origin file. It simply echoed once and stopped. Inside the dome, the sonar revealed shapes. Not life, not clearly, but masses. Floating masses suspended in a gel-like matrix, unmoving. Arranged in vertical formation, like organs in a cathedral. One rotated slowly, revealing a vaguely humanoid silhouette, though impossibly elongated. No bones, no exoskeleton, and no eyes. Just a head-like structure tapering into tendrils, a body wrapped in smooth, opalescent tissue. As the LiDAR scanned deeper, every light aboard Thalassa flickered off, then slowly, one by one, turned red. For 5 minutes, the submersible transmitted only static. Then the signal returned, all data intact, all systems nominal, but the AI, now silent, displayed one new anomaly. A file, time-stamped during the blackout. It was not video, it was not audio, it was an image, projected from a depth sensor. A map, not of the trench, of something wider. A global pattern, connecting trench systems from the Mariana to the Tonga, from the Kermadec Ridge to the Puerto Rico Trench. A network, shaped like neural pathways, each with a circular node at its deepest point, each marked by the same spiral seen on the dome. A global system of domes, buried, dormant, linked. The dome was not an accident of geology. It was a memory vault, a resonance chamber, possibly even a transmission beacon. When the surface crew attempted to extract Thalassa, something resisted, not mechanically, but with a subtle force, like the pressure had increased around it, locking it in place. Only after 13 minutes of quiet waiting did the submersible release and rise again. Once aboard, all onboard electronics functioned normally, except the AI, which never restarted. It had purged itself completely. The billionaire never released the findings, but fragments of the data leaked to the private oceanographic community months later. Some dismissed it as fiction, others believed it was real, and that it wasn't the first time a dome had been found. Just the first time we knew how to listen. And so the Challenger abyss returned to its stillness, the dome again buried beneath drifting sediment, invisible to casual observation. But it's still there, waiting not to be found, but to be remembered, like something ancient, carved not for us, but for whatever came before us, or whatever comes next. Part 33. The drowned star city of the southern Indian Ocean. Far beyond the maritime borders of any nation, in the remote southern Indian Ocean, between Madagascar and Antarctica, lies a stretch of water known simply by sailors as the Grey Expanse. It is a region avoided not by law, but by instinct, a place where compasses jitter without magnetic cause, where storm systems form abruptly and vanish within hours, and where sonar returns become unreliable. Commercial shipping lanes curve widely around it. Even satellite imaging shows odd artifacts there, blurs, pixel gaps, shadows where no clouds exist. For decades, the region has been the subject of whispers in the deep-sea research community. But in 1997, a signal changed everything. The Dross signal, as it would later be called, was detected simultaneously by two underwater monitoring stations, one near Perth, Australia, and another off the coast of South Africa. The signal was low, subsonic, and sustained for over 3 minutes. What made it truly bizarre wasn't just its length or depth, but the fact that it modulated with eerie precision, as if composed. When the waveform was run through audio processing, it produced a repeating pattern, akin to the slow, deliberate tolling of an underwater bell, followed by a sweeping upward frequency arc that mirrored the Doppler effect, as if something massive were moving very, very slowly. Weeks later, an independent expedition by the Oceanic Boundary Institute, OBI, was launched under extreme secrecy. Officially, it was listed as a climate monitoring operation. In reality, they were hunting the origin of the Dross signal. After 12 days at sea, the research vessel Okeanos arrived at the coordinates triangulated from the signal source. What they found was not seabed, it was geometry. The seafloor beneath the ship revealed faint, but undeniable shapes, structures rising no more than 1 meter or 2 above the silt, arranged in concentric formations. As the ship drifted with the current, the sonar traced outlines of hexagons, pentagons, and radial corridors, all aligned to a central ring nearly 400 meters across. The shapes weren't chaotic, they were urban. It was as if a city or the skeleton of one had been embedded into the ocean floor, ancient, drowned, and buried beneath millennia of ocean dust. LiDAR imaging confirmed arches and collapsed walls, steps still visible through the silt, and at the center of the ringed plaza, what looked like an altar or dais, half-tilted, encrusted with minerals, but unmistakably carved. Divers could not reach it. Depth made human entry impossible, but remote submersibles could. When one of the drones descended into what appeared to be a partially intact chamber near the central dais, the team observed something the cameras initially struggled to capture. Walls of black stone that absorbed light, rather than reflecting it. Symbols etched into the surface in what looked like glowing quartz or calcium lines. Lines that shimmered faintly in rhythmic pulses, synchronizing perfectly with the ship's own internal clock. The chamber had no roof, just open water above, and yet the temperature inside was 2 degrees warmer than the surrounding ocean. Readings detected no thermal vent, no volcanic source. One crew member remarked that it felt like something was breathing through the rock. Then the drone's lights began to flicker, the camera feed jittered, and in one blurred frame before static took over, a figure impossibly tall, humanoid in shape, but narrow, spindly, and translucent, was recorded standing at the edge of the dais. No eyes, no face, just a rippling distortion in the water, like heat mirage rendered in flesh. When the drone was retrieved, its onboard memory had been wiped, but the ship's live feed had archived it. Frame by frame, the team reconstructed what little they could, and in doing so, they discovered one final anomaly. The symbols in the chamber weren't just art. When overlaid on a world map, adjusted for tectonic drift and sea level changes, they matched the star chart of the southern sky from 13,000 years ago. The so-called drowned star map, a direct astronomical alignment between the structures and the Pleiades, Orion, and Canopus, constellations central to dozens of mythologies about lost civilizations, from Atlantis to Lemuria to the Vedic stories of floating cities. And so the question remains, what was this place? Some believe it to be a memory of a time when humanity, or something like it, had reached heights now buried by water and time. Others believe it was never human at all, but a city of watchers, beings who saw the stars as portals and built their homes where Earth's crust was thinnest, to listen for echoes from beyond. The Okeanos returned in silence. No official papers were published, no images were leaked. Only through whispers and second-hand files did the story emerge. Most dismiss it as pseudoscience, but those who heard the Dross signal, and who know how deep memory can run in the bones of this planet, still watch the southern horizon, waiting for the bells to toll again, not for warning, but for welcome. Part 34. The Red Leviathan of the Puerto Rico Trench. The Puerto Rico Trench is the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean, a yawning abyss that stretches over 800 kilometers long and plunges more than 8,300 meters beneath the surface. It is a geological wound carved between the Caribbean and North American tectonic plates, a chasm so vast and quiet that it rarely makes headlines. But beneath its still waters lies something older than myth, something whispered about in the logs of vanished vessels, in garbled black box recordings, and in the shattered hulls of deep-sea drones. They call it the Red Leviathan. The first documented encounter came from the US Navy in 1962, during Operation Neutrino Net, a Cold War project designed to install ultra-sensitive listening devices along key points of the Atlantic. One such array was anchored deep within the Puerto Rico Trench. For 5 months, it recorded the typical patterns of marine life, tectonic shifts, and the occasional far-off hum of submarines. But then on the night of October 12th, the array captured something else, a thump. Not an explosion, not a quake, a single bone-shaking thump, followed by silence. 3 minutes later, every sensor in the trench recorded a pulse. It was rhythmic, deliberate, and impossibly deep, lower than the known vocal range of any marine creature, lower than a blue whale, lower than even the hum of the Earth itself. The pattern continued for 7 hours. Each pulse arrived exactly every 47 seconds, and with each repetition, seismic readings began to shift, as if something massive was stirring beneath the sediment. The Navy retrieved the array for analysis, and what they discovered was terrifying. Not only did the pulses increase in amplitude, but buried within each was a secondary signal, sharp, high-frequency clicks arranged in clusters. Biological, intelligent. The sounds matched no known species, but mirrored echolocation patterns seen in dolphins, if dolphins were the size of skyscrapers and blind to anything but silence. In 1971, a French exploration submersible named Le Bateau Noir attempted a descent into the trench as part of a mineral mapping initiative. At 7,600 meters, the pilot reported visibility becoming dark red rather than black, as though the water itself was shifting in color. Then came static. When the submersible was recovered hours later, it bore deep gouges along its titanium hull, long straight marks like the talons of something ancient and precise. Inside, the pilot was unconscious. He survived, but when he awoke, he spoke only in whispers, muttering the same phrase in French. Il regarde, il se souvient. He watches, he remembers. The Red Leviathan became legend among deep-sea explorers. Some described it as a serpentine creature miles long, its skin glistening with bioluminescent lines that pulsed like veins. Others claimed it was not a creature at all, but a structure, living coral fused with flesh, asleep since the Ice Age and now waking. But then came the wreck of the Sargo Maru. In 1999, this Japanese cargo vessel was en route from Caracas to Lisbon. It vanished 3 hours after crossing into the eastern mouth of the trench. No mayday, no signal, just gone. A week later, a fragment of its bow was found, dragged 300 kilometers north and nearly folded in half, as if crushed by some inhuman force. The metal bore strange stains, deep red, not rust, not blood. When analyzed, the substance contained organic compounds not found in any known marine species. Its molecular structure suggested a life form that could survive pressures 800 times greater than sea level, one that used iron not just in blood, but as armor. Theories proliferated. Some believed the Leviathan was the last of a species from Earth's primordial age, now reawakened by climate shifts and ocean drilling. Others suggested it was not from Earth at all, that it had fallen during the Younger Dryas, encased in ice and only now free to move through the liquid dark. The trench, after all, is one of the few places on Earth with no permanent sensors, no lights, no traffic, only darkness and time. And still the pulses continue. In 2017, a private undersea cable company accidentally routed a fiber optic line through the trench. Within weeks, technicians began receiving static bursts that triggered auto-error protocols, as if the cable were being tapped by something vast and curious. The pings were regular, mathematical, and mirrored sonar imaging techniques used by early human subs. They weren't destructive, they were inquisitive. Now, in the deepest archives of marine research institutes, there exists a file, encrypted and rarely accessed, named simply pulse_origin_47. It contains logs, sonar charts, and audio files no one will verify publicly. But those who've heard the recordings say the same thing, that the pulse is growing louder, that it's no longer passive, and that sometimes if you slow the audio and isolate the layers, you can hear something beneath the pulse, breathing. Not the turbulent churn of gas vents, not the slow creak of shifting stone, but breath, slow, patient, unfathomably massive, as if something ancient still sleeps in the dark, its dreams rippling outward through salt and pressure and time, and perhaps one day soon, it will wake.
Part 35. The vault beneath Bouvet Island. There is perhaps no place on Earth more isolated than Bouvet Island. A small volcanic landmass lost in the South Atlantic Ocean, it sits thousands of kilometers from the nearest inhabited location, far from any trade route, radar sweep, or rescue range. It's unclaimed, frozen, battered by endless storms, and technically belongs to Norway, though no one lives there. Just rock, ice, and the whispering winds of the southern latitudes. And yet, in 1964, the British Royal Navy photographed something that was not supposed to be there. A lifeboat. The boat had no name, no flag, no identifying marks. It was discovered half buried in snow along the island's eastern shore, upright, pristine, and clearly recent. Inside were oars, a barrel of fresh water, a small crate of survival rations, and a radio. No signs of distress, no footprints, no bodies, no indication of how it had arrived in one of the most inaccessible regions on the planet. The report was logged, but no follow-up expedition was ever sent. Official records list the case as anomalous, not of military concern. In 1979, a joint expedition by a Norwegian weather research team and a geophysical surveyor revisited the site. They too found anomalies. The radio, inexplicably still functioning, emitted bursts of static at precisely timed intervals, one pulse every 11 minutes. Deep within the island's glacial crust, magnetic resonance scans revealed a curious heat signature, a hollow cavity, approximately 60 meters wide, located 90 meters beneath the volcanic ridge. It was shaped unnaturally, geometric, octagonal. Funding for further investigation was suddenly revoked. The files were sealed. The team disbanded, but stories leaked. One scientist, a young technician named Erik Dahl, later gave an anonymous interview claiming that they had discovered a metal hatch buried beneath the ice. Not steel, not aluminum, something else. He described it as dark, slightly iridescent, and completely resistant to thermal drills. Attempts to cut into it resulted in the equipment overheating or failing outright. When they placed a Geiger counter near the site, the readings spiked, then fell to zero. Not natural decay, interference. Like something was deliberately cloaking the radiation. Then came the sound. According to Dahl, as they began a final attempt to penetrate the structure, a low vibration hummed up through the rock beneath their feet. It was not mechanical. It felt alive, like the mountain was exhaling. The team fled the site that night. When they returned the next day, the hatch was gone. The ground had collapsed slightly, as if something had shifted below. In 2001, a satellite image leaked from a defunct Russian weather satellite showed a thin black line cutting across Bouvet Island's southeastern ridge. It measured nearly 40 meters. Analysts believe it was a crevice, one that hadn't existed in prior images. More concerning was the fact that the surrounding snow showed no signs of disturbance, no falling ice, no melted edges, just a perfectly straight cut in the land, as if the Earth itself had unzipped for a moment, and then resealed. Theories flourished. Some believed the island concealed an abandoned Nazi installation, one of the fabled Antarctic vaults constructed during the war. Others proposed it was a Cold War relic, a sunken nuclear lab whose doors had been buried beneath layers of volcanic ash. But the most chilling theory came from a group of fringe researchers who called themselves the Ark Hypothesis Collective. They believed that beneath Bouvet Island lay an ark, not of Noah, but of something far older. A containment vault, designed not to preserve life, but to keep something out of it.
The eight-sided design matched several ancient mythologies, including Mesopotamian accounts of sealed gates, meant to bind gods beneath the oceans. They argued that the harmonic pulses from the island matched similar frequencies recorded in the Marianas Trench, the Bermuda Triangle, and certain fault zones along the Pacific Rim. According to their model, the Earth's crust contained not just geological plates, but prison locks, anchors, and one of them was failing. In 2015, an unauthorized drone flight captured something even stranger. Low flying across the southern edge of the island, it recorded a sound, a deep bone-rattling resonance that caused the drone to crash seconds later. The final frame before the feed cut showed a faint red glow emanating from a vent in the rock, like light bleeding through the seams of the world. Today, Bouvet Island remains closed to the public. The Norwegian government allows only heavily restricted research missions, all of which are pre-screened and accompanied by military liaisons. No official explanation has ever been provided for the lifeboat, the hatch, the signals, or the geomagnetic anomalies. But late at night, when the wind settles and the stars drift silently above the Southern Ocean, there are those who say they've heard it again, a low vibrating tone that comes not from above or around, but below, from the deep, from something still sealed, still dreaming. And dreaming, as we've learned, is never harmless. Part 36. The gasping depths of the Java Abyss, hidden far beyond the grasp of regular mapping tools, just south of the Sunda Trench, lies a marine depression so little understood that many marine geologists consider it a cartographic ghost. It is not recognized on standard bathymetric charts, nor does it appear in most public databases. But deep-sea autonomous drones from an Indonesian mineral exploration company accidentally recorded it in 2009 during a scan meant to assess manganese nodules. It was dubbed, unofficially, the Java Abyss. What they found there has been quietly haunting oceanographers ever since. At a depth of over 7,800 meters, the trench revealed not only geological oddities, but also temperature readings that defied explanation. Pockets of water, thousands of meters below the faultic zone, showed temperature increases, abrupt, isolated spikes, measuring up to 19 degrees Celsius in areas that should never rise above freezing. Yet, no hydrothermal vent activity was recorded, no magmatic influence, just heat, in motion. Heat that seemed to be pulsing through a series of cracks in the seabed, like breath through lungs that weren't supposed to be there. The exploration drone, a unit designated AI ROV-6, descended farther into the depression than intended. At 8,040 meters, its sensors began to fail. Its compass spun erratically. The pressure readings fluctuated violently, even though there was no geological movement detected. The surrounding area grew unusually murky, not from silt, but from a strange gelatinous particulate, suspended in the water, like organic fog. Lights from the drone illuminated something massive ahead. Not a wall, not a ridge. A surface, smooth, curved, wet, breathing. The unit's cameras captured only 5 frames before cutting out entirely. They show a field of undulating masses, bulging and retracting like gills under extreme pressure. No visible creatures, no movement, just endless ridges of pale, fleshy terrain, covered in polyps, orifices, and tube-like structures that seemed to inhale and exhale in rhythm. It didn't look like coral. It didn't behave like a worm colony. Some biologists now speculate it was a single organism, or worse, an organ of one. The footage was never released to the public. It circulated only in sealed scientific forums, where it became a whispered legend. Those who saw the full recording began calling it the Gasping Deep. 6 months after the drone's descent, an oil rig positioned off the southern coast of Java collapsed in calm seas. The official report claimed structural failure, but divers sent to inspect the remains reported strange disruptions in the seabed below the wreckage. Their equipment malfunctioned. One diver suffered decompression illness despite perfect protocol. Another refused to return, describing a low hum in the bones, like the ocean itself was growling. Shortly thereafter, the Indonesian government passed a resolution quietly banning deep-sea mining within a 300-kilometer radius of the abyss. No explanation was provided. Later, in 2017, a private Russian expedition attempted to revisit the Java Abyss using new bathymetric drones equipped with AI sonar mapping. They expected to find standard trench topography. Instead, they found a blank space, literally. The sonar returned nothing. No bottom, no features, no contour, just a clean, unnatural silence, as if the seafloor had been digitally erased. That same year, a cargo ship named the Vostok Trade, sailing through the area during monsoon season, reported a bizarre phenomenon. For 46 minutes, their GPS placed them in impossible locations, jumping hundreds of kilometers back and forth with each refresh. One officer noted that the stars above them looked distorted, slightly off. The horizon itself bent downward. Then the system stabilized. Their course resumed. But the crew reported nausea, disorientation, and recurring dreams for weeks afterward. Dreams of tunnels, breathing caverns, and voices that were not voices, just emotions conveyed through water. The dreams were so consistent across the crew that a Japanese psychologist, Dr. Renjiro Okabe, requested interviews. He documented over 24 unique drawings created independently by crew members. Each one showed the same image. A spiral descending into a cavernous tunnel, with strands of what looked like hair or tendrils coiled along the walls. At the center, always, a glowing circle like an eye. Not human, not animal, something else. Watching, waiting, remembering. Dr. Okabe concluded that the crew had suffered a form of massive sensory distortion from spatial dissonance, a term he coined to describe a psychic response to geographical inconsistency. But he also admitted that such a phenomenon had never been observed before, and hasn't been since. Some theorists believe the Java Abyss may be a point of deep marine tectonic rupture, a place where the Earth's crust is so thin that something from beneath occasionally presses upward, gasping for release. Others have proposed far darker interpretations, that the abyss isn't part of the Earth at all, but a foreign intrusion. A pocket of organic intelligence buried beneath the ocean for millennia, too large and too ancient to understand. They say it isn't dead. They say it only sleeps when the ocean is quiet, and when it stirs, the sea itself feels it. The Java Abyss remains uncharted to this day. The Indonesian Navy routinely disables civilian sonar near the region, and no expeditions, private or public, have been granted permission to explore it since 2018. But some researchers still listen. At night, from remote stations along the Pacific edge, they monitor the deep frequencies for one sound, a breath, a gasp, the slow rhythmic inhalation of something too large to see, too old to name, and far too close for comfort.